I'd like us to pray so that we can start this morning. Christian, you give me my folder. Yeah. Okay, let's pray. We'll pray, Fatuma. Almighty God, we call upon your wisdom, favor, and blessing as we execute the responsibilities you have bestowed on us. We seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just, fair, and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Thank you. We can have Robert Gishangi Kabage. Thank you. Oh, okay. It's not Robert. Huh?
Robert Maina.
That's, oh, okay. Sorry, it's Robert Maina that we expect this morning. Robert Maina Ndungu. I think Gishangi withdrew. Thank you. Welcome, Maina. Please have a seat. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. We are grateful to you for showing interest in the advertised position for member of the IEBC Commission, and we want to congratulate you for being shortlisted.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves, and then we will come to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Maina.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the vice chair, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session.
Thank you.
Bwana Ndungu, good morning.
Good morning.
Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Nicodemus Bore, karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Ndungu.
Good morning.
Na karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante.
Good morning, Dr. Robert.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati, a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Now, Robert, we come to you, and we request that you introduce yourself to us, highlight the things that are significant in your profile for us to know and for the role that you have applied for. Allow us to know whether you are a member of any professional group or society, and if you have received any award or honor in that regard. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Maina Ndungu. I'm 40 years old. I come from Laikipia County, born and brought up in Maina slum. They call it slum. I'm a criminologist, a security expert with specialty in victimology. I have 18 years experience in civil service, having worked with DCI for 12 years and worked as a lecturer for 6 years, teaching at Laikipia University and Park University. In my career as a DCI officer, I have worked in several departments, and this is the experience that I'm bringing on board. I have worked as a general investigator in Western Region, in Nairobi. I've worked as a detective trainer with DCI. I've worked as an instructor with National Intelligence Service. a trainer with military police and general police agencies in Kenya. I have worked with Central Bank of Kenya as a fraud investigator. I've worked as a leading investigator in ghost workers investigation in Kenya, where I helped the Kenyan government to recover millions of money which were being lost through the issues of ghost workers. I've worked with Nyumba Kumi initiative, where I was the brain behind the Nyumba Kumi model, where we were trying to develop a formula in which we can combat terrorism and issues of insecurity in the country. My interest in issues of election and governance in Kenya came back in 2007 when I was a student at Masinde Muliro University. This is the time when Kenya was facing the post-election violence, 2007, 2008. I was just a student. I was taking my bachelor and at the same time my diploma. I graduated with my bachelor's degree with a first-class honor and my diploma with a distinction. And that's when I developed the interest in issues of governance and security. And my big question was, when will we start doing it right when it comes to issues of election and governance in the country? And my research was based on, I looked into issues of crimes and politics in my bachelor's, and I was developing an idea. My argument was, which are these crimes that are related with politics? I went further to dig deeper because I wanted to do a research and understand what is this that is affecting our country. So I decided to do another master's in disaster management, where I was looking into the issues of restorative justice. I was looking at issues of how can our country heal. And my argument in my research, in my master's, was the clinical theory idea. Kenya is a country which has faced post-election violence. We are speaking of national cohesion. How can we have a national cohesion when people have not forgiven each other? So I was looking at clinical theory, and I was arguing it's the high time we first forgive so that we can heal. So this triggered me to do another master's, and I proceeded to University of Birmingham in UK and a Commonwealth scholarship. And I did a master's in conflict, security, and development. And this is at the time when Kenya was calling for reforms. And I was a police officer by then. So I decided to look into the issues of security sector reform. And I was looking at issues of local ownership and issues of inclusivity when it comes to issues of change and transformation on issues of security and governance in Kenya. When I was doing that, I developed an idea that now, when I was a police officer, I was both a primary victim, a secondary victim, and a tertiary victim. So I thought, what can I do when it comes to issues of looking into victims? And this triggered me to do another master's in victimology at Tilburg University in Netherlands. And my research was based on land issues and transitional justice in Kenya, and I was looking at issues of local ownership and issues of inclusivity also. And I was looking at the victim. When we are speaking of the programs that are taking these victims back to their normalcy, are they included in this program? When we are speaking about Operation Rudi Nyumbani, did we include the victim? Where is the voice of the victim in this all area? So finally, I decided that this is my specialty as a security expert. I decided to do a PhD in security studies. With specialization, I was looking at issues of post-election violence, and I was looking at victimization, what caused victimizations, the cost of victimization, and issues of victim protection. And in all my research, in all my work, I have come I have come to a conclusion that when it comes to bad governance, issues of victimization cannot be evaded. So as an expert in security, I believe and I think I'm coming in as a person who understands issues of governance and bad governance, which can maybe bad governance can lead into victimization. Issues of bad elections can lead into victimization. And I believe as a victimologist, IEBC is the best place to work in and to represent my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, so you have 2 or 3 masters?
2 I'll complete.
Okay.
One is in, I'm almost graduating.
Okay, which one is that is not complete?
Masters in disaster management, because I deferred,
Okay.
but I'm now back.
Okay, that was also from Masinde Muliro?
From Masinde Muliro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you currently work, are you adjunct faculty or full-time faculty?
Yeah, I work as adjunct lecturer at Park University.
Laikipia?
No. Pan-African University.
Pan-Afric?
Yeah.
But full-time as a DCI officer?
No. I moved from DCI to academia.
Okay, to academia?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you very much. But you said adjunct, not full-time?
Yeah, I'm not full-time.
Okay, thank you. Lina?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Maina, how many years of experience did you say you have?
I worked with DCI from 2006 to 2018, 12 years experience with the DCI, and then moved to lecturing for 6 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is in order. So, out of your experience, what do you bring to the table? What additional, what good things from your experience do you bring to the table? What different things will you do?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Chair, if given this opportunity, I'm bringing on board, number one, IEBC is an institution that deals with data and information. And as an investigator, I think I'm bringing skills of investigations. I'm bringing skills of analyzing evidence. I'm bringing the skills of presenting and preserving that evidence and presenting it when it is necessary. I'm also bringing experience of being a person who believes in research and training. I believe in sharing information. I'm a person, when I was working with the Nyumba Kumi initiative, I participated in developing a model where we could work from the ground to the top, from the bottom person to the top on issues of security. And this was an issue which could bring inclusivity from the bottom to the top. So I'm bringing a skills where it is all inclusive. It is all inclusive. I'm also bringing a experience on issues of governance. With my studies, I have an international experience. I have studied in UK, I have studied in Netherlands, I have moved in different countries in Europe. I have seen what good governance can do to a country. So I'm coming with international experience to show that we can do it better.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Maina,
Yes.
let's pick it up from where you left on good governance. So how does the IEBC constitutionally contribute to good governance and democratic process in Kenya?
Thank you very much. When we speak of good governance, we are speaking of a social system where decisions are made not to oppress the minority and not to favor the majority. When we speak of good governance, we are speaking of a system which gives rooms for all people to be heard. IEBC is an institution which will be making a decision on who will govern in a certain period of time. IEBC then should allow different stakeholders, different people or should accommodate views from different stakeholders and different people in the country. When we are speaking about democracy, then IEBC should allow it to be for the people, by the people. It is not about individuals making a decision on behalf of others, but it should be for the people, by the people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So how does IBC contribute to the realization of those principles of good governance that you have spoken about?
IEBC then should always build trust to these people who are making decisions. It should develop a formula or a system which a voter should have trust in. It should also be very transparent to an extent that person will be confident when he is making or she's making that decision.
Allow me to guide you. The principles you have spoken about of good governance are very important and very good in a democratic society. The IBC has its constitutional mandate. How does the IBC's constitutional mandate help or in realization of good governance and democratic processes in Kenya? What is it that IBC does that speaks to governance and democratic processes in this country?
Thank you. When we are speaking about those principles, then IEBC as an institution should always give room. It should be give room to the electorate to make their decision without any influence, and it should always have a structure which allows everyone to participate, and it should always be bounded by the law. Any decision they make, it should be lawful, and it should be guided by issues of law.
Or do tell us 3 key mandates of the IBC?
Number 1 is managing the election in the country. And number 2, the role of IBC is issues of ensuring that or training and informing the countries on issues related to elections. Number 3 is IBC is mandated in ensuring that all resources available when it comes to issues of elections are in their domain and they are provided when necessary.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Daktari, Section 55B of the Elections Act provides 3 instances where the Commission can legally postpone an election during the election day. Can you name them, please?
Thank you. The instances when IBC legally can postpone an election, number 1, when there is a state of emergency in a country, IBC can postpone an election.
No, I mean when we are having an election on the election day, because a state of emergency would mean we would not be having the election in the first place.
Yeah.
But let's say, for example, there is a in an area where they can, while other places the election is ongoing. Okay. But let's say in another area.
Okay, number 1.
What would be the reasons?
Number 1, maybe an area is invaded with insecurity to an extent that the insecurity is affecting the process. Number 2, there are instances when there are natural calamities. For example, there can be flood, there can be issues that are affecting the process to an extent it cannot continue. Number 3 is when maybe I can relate it with the still issues of natural calamities like death, for example. Maybe it affects maybe the candidates, and they are, to an extent they can postpone.
Thank you. In that case, when those reasons that occur, what would, should you be fortunate enough, what do you think the IEBC does then to address, to ensure that those people eventually get to vote?
On issues of maybe insecurity, it is issues of IBC or election process it takes different stakeholders. And when it comes to issues of insecurity, I think the IBC should work with the national government or security apparatus so that they can provide a secure place maybe where the election process can continue. If it comes to issues of natural calamities such as flood and issues to do with disasters which is affecting the electoral process, there is always alternative, and there is, I'm sure, if the natural calamity ceases, then those people can be given an opportunity to vote.
When?
It should be spirited according to the law, and maybe immediately after the calamity is over, or maybe they can look for an alternative where these people maybe can participate in voting.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and I wish you all the best. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to invite FCPA Tanui to also ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Robert, you told us you are a security expert.
Yeah.
And that is what you'll be bringing on board. So the post-election evaluation report of IEBC they did indicate that IEBC have a program. They call it ESAP, Election Security Arrangement Program. So I believe you must have looked at it now that you have expertise in that area. What does election security encompass? When we talk of election security, what does it encompass?
Thank you very much. When you're speaking about election security, we are speaking of a system which allow the electorate to participate, the stakeholders in election to participate without fear, without humiliation, and with confidence that if they participate and they vote, their vote will finally count. Giving examples of places where I come from, maybe from Laikipia.
So what does it entail when you talk of election security? There must be various components. So what does it entail or encompass?
It entails issues of preventing crimes when it comes to issues of election. You prevent becoming a proactive, establishing a state system which is very proactive when it comes to issues of these voters participating in election. For example, the voter should participate knowing that he or she is well protected by the system. A system which prevent issues of interference, maybe by other agencies. A system which protect the apparatus or equipment that are used during the electoral process, and a system which give an assurance of the process which the voters will be undertaking.
Okay, what is the structure of ESAP, that Election Security Arrangement Program? How is its governance structure or its structure?
When it comes to its structure, the structure is guided by the mechanism that are developed by the IBC, and the structure is guided by the system which...
That program has a structure. Who is responsible for what, who is in charge and all that. That's what I'm asking for.
Unfortunately, I have not looked into that.
You haven't looked at that?
Yeah.
The same post-election evaluation report also identified some challenges that were experienced in the 2022 general elections.
Yeah.
That are security-related. I don't know whether you have any idea what were those challenges that were experienced.
Number one challenge is, I understand from issues of election in Kenya. And
no, the 2022 general elections.
The 2022 general elections.
Yes.
Security issues related to IEBC officials, security issues related to electorates, and security issues related to the apparatus or the equipment that are used by IEBC. I think those are the three major areas where the security challenges came into.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Dr. Robert. In your view, what is the strategic leadership responsibility of a commissioner if you are given an opportunity to become one? And how does it differ from the Secretariat role in the electoral management?
Pardon, please. Strategic leadership?
Responsibility of a commissioner. And how does it differ from that of the Secretariat in electoral management?
When it comes to strategic leadership, this is a system where people are guided by a vision, an aim, and at the end of the day, they want to achieve certain goals. When it comes to IEBC, much of the law is done by the Secretariat, but the Commission take responsibility of whatever has been done by the Secretariat. They own up the work. So when it comes to issues of strategic leadership, when it comes to commissioners, it is their mandate to oversight, to guide, and to ensure that whatever decisions are being made or whatever work is being done is according to the IEBC goals and objectives. And when it comes to issues to do with Secretariat, the Secretariat is guided by their ethos and work plan to ensure that there is a collaboration. And whatever they do is work with is in collaboration with the commissioners and with their work. It is always guided by a formula where the secretariats are the working team in the IEBC, and the commissioners own the work that is done by the Secretariat. So when it comes to issues of ownership and responsibility, it is by the commissioner.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I want to invite Ms. Fatuma Saman. Please ask the candidate some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ndongo, would you please tell the panel who the key players are in the Kenya electoral process? Then also identify their roles in the cycle.
Thank you very much. As I stated earlier, issues to do with elections is a multi-purpose function. And it calls for different stakeholders to participate for it to be free and fair. Number one stakeholder who I'll explain is the security, where maybe I'm an expert. Their role is to ensure that there is security from from the time the election process starts, in the whole cycle of the election process. They provide security to the staff, they provide security to the electoral material, they provide security to, in the whole process. Number two is the electorate. The voter is a key player in the election process. Without a voter, then there will be no election. They participate in voting, they participate in training. Number 3 is the parliament. The parliament make legislation, they make law, they pass the budget to ensure that IBC is funded, and they are there to make amendments when necessary. Number 4 is the political party. Political party is they must work hand in hand with IBC because they contain they have the list of the electorate. They have the list of they have the list of the political parties, and working in harmony with the IBC will ensure that we have a credible election in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I want to invite Nicodemus to ask some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Yes, Robert, maybe we describe you as a ghost buster with a bottom-up approach.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I can go with it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Because you talked about you helped the country bust the ghosts that were taking.
Yeah.
Now, we have had persistent complaints about the credibility of voter register.
Yeah.
And among the issues that were discussed and brought out were ghost voters. With your experience, what long-term leadership reforms will you champion to restore the trust on the voter register?
Long-term?
Leadership reforms.
Yeah.
That you will champion to restore the voter register trust.
Thank you very much. As an expert in investigation and having participated in investigating the ghost workers in the country and helping the country recover huge amount of money, issues of voter register have been, it have created huge debate in the country. Every time during election yearly period, we usually hear of issues to do with voter register. I think I was thinking on IT perspective, and my idea was, what if this country, to some extent now, or the IBC, if I join the IBC, this will be my suggestion. Why don't we develop a software where we are joining hands with the Registrar of Persons, Registrar of Death, IBC, and Immigration, for example. And I'll give immigration because of an example I saw of my case experience I saw in UK. When I arrived in UK, 2 weeks later, I received an email that you are from Commonwealth and you are in UK and we are having Brexit. You are supposed to register because you have a right to vote. My thinking was, what if we have a software or a system where that person who graduates from high school get an ID, automatically will receive a pop-up message informing him or her that you are now above 18, you can register as a voter. And then, when that person dies and get a death certificate, automatically the IBC will receive a pop-up message that ABC is now dead, and therefore you need to strike him or her from the voters register. When it comes to issues of connecting these 3 or 4 organs, we will have a continued registration of voters. Because automatically when that person graduates from class 8, from 4, sorry, get an ID, he or she is informed that he can register, and then he's given an option, and registration should be online. I'm speaking this being a young adult in this country, a millennial that is, and I'm coming in, looking into the current scenario where you have the Gen Zs and millennial, and or maybe the upper class people who sometimes they are not ready to go and queue maybe when it comes to registering as a voter. If we develop this software, they can easily participate, and it can be a long term. If we look at the banking system in the country, for example, we have a software where you can do banking with your mobile phone. Why don't we have an app in this country where if we can trust bank with our billions and millions of money, why don't we trust a software where maybe I can register myself at the convenience of my house, register as a voter, and then it will reflect to the IEBC. So that's the idea. If I am given an opportunity to join IEBC, I'll think of a software. I'll think of an app which will give all of us a convenience to register from our home. If you go to the registrar of political party, you can just log in and know which political party you belong to. Why don't we do that when it comes to issues of IEBC?
Thank you, and all the best, Robert.
Thank you.
Professor, please ask some questions kindly.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Mainandung,
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
a security expert.
Yes, Prof.
Security apparatus serve the government of the day.
Yeah.
Security apparatus, even as they serve the government of the day, are deemed and are supposed to be impartial. Let me take you back to 2007. KICC is in turmoil. Then, as the country is at tenterhooks, the chair of the IEBC, with only one station, KBC, with security apparatus, removing everybody, and the chair of IEBC, without other commissioners, protected by security apparatus, announces the results that nearly brought this country to the precipice. As an expert young man, walk me through that impartiality and where an incumbent is a contestant. How do you balance?
Thank you very much. Chair, when it comes to issues of impartiality, it is very unfortunate that we experienced what we experienced in 2002. I have undergone a police training. And
I'm sure you mean 2007.
So 2007, sorry, yeah. And in police training, you are taught that you must be loyal to the government of the day. And on the other side, there are issues of patriotism when it comes to issues of governance, on issues of election. It is very unfortunate when you are used by the government of the day as a police officer, you interfere with maybe the electoral process. At the end of the day, the person you are trying to prevent to join the government end up being the president or the MP or the person who is elected. When it comes to issues of impartiality, we should go beyond greed. We should go beyond greed. If you look at what is eating our country, I can call it greed. On the other side, on one side, the mwananchi is grieving, but on the other side, few people are led by greed. Issues of impartiality should guide any security officer from the word go. From the word go. Despite whoever comes and wins at the end of the day, we should always be guided by impartiality. Why? Because if you become partial and something happened like in 2007, 2008, 2007 I was a police officer. The post-election violence affected me. I was a primary victim. My people died. I was a secondary victim and tertiary victim. As a police officer, I could go transport dead bodies to every day I'm carrying dead bodies. These things are traumatizing. I remember a scenario where I carried a family from Western Kenya to Naivasha, and this was, sorry to mention this case, this was a woman who had been sexually molested. She was 60-something years. I brought her to Naivasha, and where I brought her, I met a group of people. They asked me my name, I mentioned my name, and they started, when I pestered with them that they wanted to, because they had kidnapped a woman and 4 men, they were saying the next thing that we shall do, we will, let me call it the way they said it. We will circumcise them, and then we will molest this woman. And I pestered with them. And they asked me, are you really from this side or the other side? And I told them, it doesn't matter if you molest this woman. It is not giving an answer to this country. And finally, they told me, carry this woman, go with her. If by that time I had gone with anger, if I had gone with partiality, I could have told them, this lady who have been molested comes from my area, therefore, you revenge. But I went as a patriot. I said, I won't be partial, I will show impartiality. I will show my leadership skills. I convinced them, they did not molest the woman, they did not circumcise the man. I went with them to Western Kenya. This thing, the impartiality should also apply when it comes to making decisions on issues of protecting our electoral process. We should always be guided, as a security expert, we should be guided by generational vision. Let's not only think about today, let's think about the generation that will come. If we do it right today, then we are speaking of a better Kenya. But if we practice partiality, governments comes and go. Governments comes and go. And Kenya still remains to be Kenya. Therefore, we should always be guided by patriotism and issues of impartiality throughout as a security officer. I'm not saying you should not be loyal to the government of the day, but when it comes to making decisions, be guided by our tomorrow, be guided by our Kenya tomorrow, because we don't want to see what happened in 2007, 2008, and which affected all of us. Thank you very much.
My last question in this segment, you told us you are a millennial.
Yeah.
And Robert Mainandungu finds himself as a commissioner. And while he's a commissioner, he discovers confidential information indicating that a fellow commissioner may have solicited a bribe during the procurement process. How would Robert Mainandungu respond?
Thank you very much. In my studies, I did a diploma in ethics and corruption studies, where I graduated with a distinction. When it comes to issues of corruption, it should be zero tolerance to corruption. What has killed our country is corruption. What has destroyed our country is corruption. What is making people out there cry is corruption. As a commissioner, and I'm saying before cameras, if I'm given an opportunity to become an IEBC commissioner, I will not tolerate corruption. I'll be quick to report. In fact, when I was participating in developing the Nyumba Kumi model, we had a slogan, you see, you say. You say, when you see it, say it. Those countries I have mentioned that I have visited, we cannot say they have zero corruption, but they have managed managed their corruption level. To an extent, there is hope. In fact, everybody is, if you go to immigration, everyone is trying to take their children to those developed countries. Why? Because they think these are the best places where they can raise their children. But if we don't tolerate corruption in Kenya, if we fight corruption to the core in Kenya, our country will be better. For me, when I was a student, I was asked to give a suggestion on what should be done to corrupt people, I think I was very radical, because having been raised from an informal settlement, seeing the sufferings that I could not access medicine in a nearby dispensary, seeing I could not access good education system because maybe of my social status, and learning that corruption is making me suffer this way, I gave a suggestion that we should go the brutal way of shooting the corrupt. I was told that you are brutal. You have gone beyond the lights to life. But my thinking was, I asked my lecturer, when this person takes money meant for hospital, how many people are dying because of this person? When it comes to IBC, if this person takes money or take bribe, and then the electoral process become fraud, and we go back to 2007, 2008, how much did we lose in 2007 and 2008? I think I'll be very radical. I'll use the same formula we were using in Nyumba Kumi. See, say it, for better tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Prof, do you have some 2 short questions, please?
Yeah, Robert, in this last segment, we usually ask high school questions, and we start with your area of expertise. I've seen that you worked for very long in the Criminal Investigation Department, CID that later became DCI.
Yeah.
Who was the first African CID director in Kenya? I can see you've just gotten happy when you had that question. Sitaki wale wazungu, first African.
I can't remember. If given time to refresh my mind, I can answer you very quickly.
Okay, let me go to the second question.
Yeah.
And if you refresh your mind by the time you answer the second question, I'll allow you through the chair to say that. Let me ask a very general one.
Yeah.
Which 2 African countries are top producers of diamonds?
Number 1, I can say South Africa. Number 2, let me go with 1.
Have you refreshed your mind? Because we have only 10 seconds on the first one.
I'm poor in remembering names, Prof.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robert. It's been a pleasure listening to you and conversing around elections, and particularly the matter of security in elections, which is your area of expertise. I don't know if they have any comment or question so that we can come to a close of our interview today.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the panel for giving me an opportunity to come and present myself in this panel. Having come from an informal sector, when I was shortlisted, I could hear my people saying that, Robert, you are going for an interview with IBC. IBC is the club of the rich, the club of who is who in the country. And I was telling them, time have changed. If you see that I've been given an opportunity, it is a clear indicator that now we are moving to inclusivity now. And we are moving to an area where now every voter, every Kenyan count. And I was telling them, I'm coming in as a victimologist. I don't want to see, I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to issue of victimology, and I believe that I don't want our country to go back to what happened in 2002, 2003. I told them if I stay in the village, I stay as a son of Mama Mboga in the village and not come out and say I have a potential that I can showcase that I can do it, with all this knowledge, with all these degrees, maybe staying in the village, then I won't help my country. I told them that I have tangible experiences on matter security and on issues of, I have international experience. Let me go. I know there is fear. I know most people fear, and they say working in IBC is very risky. But I told them I went to training as a police officer. I've been posted to Mount Elgon where I was facing Janjaweed. There, I fought them, and we finally claimed Mount Elgon. Why should I not go and join such institution which will make Kenya a better place? There was also an outcry that we, the millennial and Gen Zs, were not given an opportunity. I want to speak before this camera and tell my age mate we were given an opportunity. I'm here as a millennial. I'm representing you. If given an opportunity, I'll work for the good of this country. I'll show the country that we have the potential and we mean good for our country, and we have a generational vision. So thank you very much. If given an opportunity, I'm ready to serve.
Thank you, Dr. Robert Maina, for that comment and the unsolicited appraisal. We are grateful. You find your certificates at the door with a gentleman who brought you in. We wish you well and God's blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
Asante.
The notebook is yours, and the pen,
okay,
and even the water. Thanks.
Asante.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next candidate is Rodney Walter, AGO Okoth. Okay. You do have a pen and a paper there for you to use. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and we want to welcome you for this interview. We want to thank you for applying, and we also want to congratulate you for being shortlisted. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves to you, then we will come over to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Omondi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Rodney, good morning.
Good morning.
Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili, na karibu.
Nashukuru.
Good morning.
Morning.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Good morning, Ugendo Junior.
Morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rodney.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Okoth.
Good morning.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of this panel.
Asante.
Good morning, Walter.
Morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Asante sana.
Okay, now we come to you for you to introduce yourself, who you are. It would be nice to mention that the name is very long. Yeah, so it would be nice for you to indicate something about it, but highlight those things in your profile that are significant for the role you have applied for, and for us to know if you're a member of any professional group or society, and if at all you have received any award, also please do indicate those. Can you proceed kindly?
Thank you, Chair, and members of the panel. What I would like to call this auspicious opportunity that you have accorded me this morning to appear before you and demonstrate the suitability of my candidature for the position of member of the IEBC. To begin with, my name is Rodney Walter AGO, Okoth Ogendo. And the reason why it is AGO is because they said that it is too long in my ID, so they had to shorten it by giving abbreviations to some of the names. So it's actually Rodney Walter Anthony Guyana Omondi Okoth Ogendo. I'm a lawyer, a governance specialist, and a lecturer with a deep commitment towards democratic development and also institutional integrity. Therefore, I think I bring to this role a unique combination of legal scholarship, diplomatic experience, and also civic engagement, which I've developed over the years of service in academia, government, and also regional peace processes. Now, in academia, I have taught in various areas of law, namely public international law, international humanitarian law, law, state and security, and also law and governance. At the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Law, where I currently am, and also the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies. Additionally, I've also been privileged to teach or lecture and also take on workshops at the National Defense College, the International Peace Support Training Center, the Defense Staff College, and also the National Intelligence Service, where I engaged very senior Kenya Defense Forces officers and also top-level government officials. These experiences, in my view, have sharpened my understanding of national security, constitutionalism, and also institutional accountability. Key competencies, I think, that would be necessary in the conduction of a credible and also secure electoral process. In my diplomatic role as technical advisor at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, attached to the Office of Kenya's Special Envoy to South Sudan, I supported Kenya's engagements in the South Sudan peace process. And whilst there, I engaged entities closely, such as RJMEC. RJMEC is the reconstituted Joint and Monitoring Evaluation Commission, whose main task is to oversee the implementation of the South Sudan peace agreement, which we call the R-Access, the R-Access being the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan. I've also worked closely with entities such as the Troika, who are the tripartite development partners towards the peace agreement. This is a tripartite between the Americans, the British, and the Norwegians. I've also worked closely with IGAD at a technical level, and I've also worked with the Sant'Egidio community in Rome, who at that time had taken on the benevolent task of having to try to bring on board the non-signatories to the peace agreement, which has now been overtaken, or rather has been succeeded by the Tumaini initiative, which is being overseen by State House. Last but not least, I also engaged closely with the wonderful people of South Sudan. And our mission there was fairly simple on paper, because matters of diplomacy, are considered a very simple thing on paper, but when you come into the practice of it, you realize that the waters are fairly murky. So our mission was to facilitate dialogue, foster inclusivity, and also develop ways in which we can entrench sustainable peace through continuous stakeholder engagements. And that is very key in such a region and such a process where you have a lot of antagonism between the parties to the peace agreement. Now, my passion for electoral governance was cemented at a young adult age, and I thought I should mention this, when my late father, Professor Hastings Okoth Ogendo, then the CKRC vice chair, was accredited to become an observer in the 2002 general elections. And he was very excited about this role. And in his excitement, he also dragged me along and tasked me to write my observations at what I saw and experienced at the polling stations. And to cut a long story short, the enthusiasm and care with which he approached this responsibility was contagious and left a lasting impression on me. And I then realized that electoral integrity is not just about the mere mechanics of casting a vote. You go to the ballot and you cast a vote, but also incorporates the what I would like to call the values, the democratic values that underpin our nation. Today, in my work with the Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa, whom I do some work with from time to time, I support legal and policy reforms that are drawn from past electoral experiences. And the reason why I posed is because some of these experiences are very necessary to address in the future electoral processes that we are going to undertake as a nation. I'm also passionate about inclusivity. I'm passionate about innovative civic education strategies that harness digital tools, youth-driven content, and also mobilization at the grassroots where there's letting of, or rather there's a dissemination of knowledge on the electoral processes through ways in which we can engage the people at their level. If given the opportunity the honorable opportunity to serve at the IEBC, I not only bring the expertise in experience and also technical from what I have tried to illustrate to you, but also the generational experience or perspective. I also bring the regional perspective, and most important, a reform-oriented mind, which I think is important in the building of public trust in such an institution that has low public trust, and also safeguarding Kenya's democratic future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you a PhD candidate?
Pardon?
Are you a PhD student?
In the course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I noticed you got your master's at 29, and it's been 11 years since.
I'm in the course of it, actually. It's
Okay.
because of academia and the amount of work that we have there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Linda, please.
Mr. Omondi,
Yes.
Chair, just out of curiosity, is Mr. Omondi related to the very well-renowned Professor Okoth Ogendo that we in the legal profession have heard about while we were in school?
Yes, I am. I'm his second-born son. We lost one of us last year to cancer. So now I am basically the first-born son.
I must
Yes.
admit, Chair, that the apple did not fall far from the tree. Looking at the CV, I'm happy to meet you, actually. But besides that, what experience and particularly competencies do you bring to the table if you're given this opportunity to be a commissioner in the IEBC?
I think some of the competencies that I bring leadership, and in leadership, looking at my experience over the years through academia, I have taught different levels of students, all the way up to masters. I've also taught, like I had said, senior military officials. I have also engaged in workshops that have required me to prepare content to train and influence high-level officials. And so one of the key competencies that I bring in that area is a good understanding of constitutionalism, electoral integrity, and also institutional accountability. In the area of my experience in the South Sudan peace process, remember, with South Sudan, the South Sudan peace process is, for those of you who know the history, this is an intractable struggle which, is characterized by fratricidal struggles. It's an intractable conflict, actually. And the reason why it's an intractable conflict is because there's low trust amongst the main protagonists and even the main parties that are assisting in bringing them together to form a sustainable foundation based on constitutionalism are also having a challenge because of that low trust. And you can see even today, there are still some issues around there. So during my engagement there, we worked very closely. I learned diplomacy 101, let me put it that way. And in learning diplomacy 101, there are some key things that I picked, which is patience. And patience is overlooked, but is a key virtue, and I believe is also a competence for such a rigorous process, such as the electoral process that we have here in Kenya. And also continuous stakeholder engagement, persuasion, the language of persuasion, knowing what to say. Sometimes you'd be in the negotiation room and someone says something, and because the people are finicky about issues to do with their with some issues about how they perceive how things should be done, they just get up and walk out of the room, and you're left there and you're wondering, we've flown all the way here and we've come to broker peace, but sometimes peace comes at quite a cost. So my key experiences from that also bring the competencies of patience and also the competency of stakeholder engagement, which is key. Also civic education, talking to people at their level. That is what I believe. And if we were to extrapolate that into the context that we have here presently, I think those are key values that would enable us to conduct a free, credible, and fair electoral process.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Omonti. I wish you the very best.
Asante sana.
Thank you,
Linda.
Chairman.
Karibu. I want to invite Carol to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Okoth, the minor KI case.
Yes.
The Court of Appeal held that the polling stations resorts, as announced and declared the polling station, ought to be final. How does this shape or determine the IBC's resort management framework?
Thank you, Caroline, for that question. And this is, the minor KI case is a very interesting case. And why do I say it's an interesting case is because it also demonstrated why the IBC is a low trust institution. Because you can remember, at the time of that case, the IBC as an institution was against the position of the Raia. And the interpretation is that once votes have been cast and tallied and announced at the polling station, it should be final. But the IBC was coming against this interpretation on grounds that they needed to be able to amend if there is an error that has been made in the polling station. They need to amend the results that have been declared at the polling station. And if you look at that, it pits the IBC against the people. Yet, the IBC is an institution that is supposed to execute or facilitate the expression of the will of the sovereign. So if your position is going against the will of the sovereign, then whose mandate are you on?
Yeah, fortunately, the court did not allow that, and the court determined that the results that have been declared are final.
Are final, yes.
So what is the impact of that decision, and how does it contribute to IBC's resort management system?
Now, the impact of that is that when you look at the IBC resort management system, is once the results are declared at the polling station, they ought to be pasted at the door, okay? And then the results that are declared are also transferred electronically through the Kenya Integrated Management System kits, which should also corroborate what has been pasted on the door. And the challenges that you have there, and if you want me to go into it, brings in the issue of the server, because the server is the main place where one can verify whether what has been declared at the polling station is what is reflected in the server. And that should be the basic, end to it, because once the results have been declared, then there is no other possibility or room for gerrymandering to take place thereafter. And I think that looking at that management system, as far as the declaration of the results is concerned, IBC should be able, as a low trust institution, to make itself a high trust institution. It should be able to reduce its engagement in terms of the declaration of results at the National Tallying Center, and merely reflect what is announced at the polling stations.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to invite Koki to ask some questions. Please, Koki Muli.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Okoth,
Yes.
Listening to the utterances by politicians who are likely to be candidates in 2027, they are already promising us a bruising battle. Everybody is talking about 2027, and of course, their supporters. This is a making of high stakes elections in 2027, which may be very polarized. My question is, if you are nominated to be a member of the IEBC, you will have about, let's say, two years and a few days. What preparatory, I'm talking about preparations, what preparatory strategies are you going to engage to ensure that this election is secure, 2027 election is secure, and we have credible transmission and declaration of results. Think of it as preparing for election from 6 a.m. throughout, from voting, opening of the polling station, all the way to the declaration of results, and focus on the high stakes polarized presidential election that we are going to have, we are likely to have, and think about what to do now in those 2 years to ensure that it's secure, it's credible, and it's free and fair.
Thank you, Balozi. Looking at the process itself, we have a very short time, I admit, and I wouldn't want to say that we are going to pull a rabbit out of the hat if we make it to that stage. But some key things about the preparation process is we have to evaluate where we have come from, identify the gaps as we go into the 2027 general election. And the key thing about identifying these gaps is so that we do not...
We have already identified it's going to be polarized, it's going to be high stakes. We want to do things to prevent...
On the preparation?
Yes, the things we'll do, those strategies.
So the immediate thing that would have to happen is, first of all, you have to go to Parliament and get approval for budget so that we can implement some of the key functions of the IEBC at the preparation stage. And these key functions are registration of voters, and alongside registration of voters, there's also the civic education. As we do that, we also need to also bear in mind that the caliber of voters that are coming up in 2027 are not the usual voters that we've had in the previous elections. We now have what you call the youth bulge. And if you recall what happened last year, it is an expression that the youth now want to be involved, or the younger generation now want to be involved in the decision-making processes and also want to participate, have a stake in the table of the decision-making processes. Now, in the preparations, we would also look at the procurement of the necessary materials and services that are required for the implementation of the functions of the IEBC. And in the procurement, there's also the guidelines. I know a bit about the Procurement and Disposals Act of 2015, the general principles that one should abide by when considering procurement. Then there's also the issue of the KIMS kits. Currently, as you may know, it is now public knowledge that the Auditor General has reported that 200 KIMS kits are missing. And so that is a very key tool in the electoral process. And it is important that once we get there, we know how we are going to treat the issue of the missing KIMS kits. Because the deployment of the KIMS kits is also very important. Another thing in terms of the transmission is we also look at looking at other ways of providing for internet services in the far-flung areas where to avoid the movement of the kits, we adopt satellite technology, which is now accessible everywhere, and the kits don't have to be moved, so on and so forth. I would also go ahead and perhaps propose the incorporation of barcode system in distribution of electoral materials, which are location specific, so that you don't have a situation where on the D-Day, elections are supposed to take place and the polling materials are in Meru, for instance, okay? And then they have to be brought back from Meru very quickly. Perhaps at that time they probably use the vehicles for ferrying Mirror because they move very quickly, so that the polling stations can open immediately. And usually that's what contributes to the delays in the opening of these polling stations. So you find some open up at 11, some open at 12, because they're trying to relocate where the electoral materials are. So the incorporation of the barcode with location-specific technology should be able to mitigate such challenges in future electoral processes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okoth, and all the best.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Asante.
Thank you. I invite FCPA to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Rodney, as you are doing your introduction, you did mention about mistrust or confidence, public confidence. So my question is, how would IEBC, or what reforms can IEBC put in place to institutionalize stakeholder confidence?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That is a very important question. Not that the others have not been important, but it is one that touches on the core perception of the IEBC as an institution before the Kenyan peoples. And the Constitution is fairly clear on laying the foundational framework on how we should conduct the electoral process. And whatever process that we incorporate, it should be simple, it should be accurate, it should be transparent, it should be accountable, and also verifiable. So if we want to build stakeholder confidence, we then need to embrace this clause of the Constitution that lays the foundation for how the IEBC should work. We should open up the processes. We should be more transparent in the way we are doing things. To be very honest, you can't come at the 11th hour and say we're introducing Book 1 and Book 2, and yet there's not been sufficient stakeholder engagement. Immediately, that creates ground for casting of aspersions. And it is, perhaps it is being done out of necessity, but the way in which it is done or conducted in the eyes of the public, who already have a very low trust opinion of the IEBC, they will begin to raise questions. So the timing is very important. Continuous stakeholder briefings, communications, the communications aspect of the IEBC is very important. every step that the IEBC makes, it should be able to communicate its decisions and what it is thinking to the public, to the stakeholders, to those who are invested in this electoral process, and to its primary employee, which is the sovereign, okay? Oh, sorry, primary employer, which is the sovereign. So the opening up of these processes, and the opening up of these processes, continuous engagement, continuous communication is very key in ensuring that we build this trust, the public trust amongst the stakeholders.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Rodney?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to confirm from you that in your life or in your work, do you sometimes find it easier, ama kwa Kiswahili, unakulia jina ya babako ama? Do you find ways, kuna wakati unakulia jina ya babako?
Kuna wakati tunakulia jina ya babangu.
Yes. Because of his good name. Because of his good name.
Oh, because of his good name.
Yes. Anyway, that's on a light touch. Let's go back now.
Lakini tunakula or rather I'm a beneficiary ya kukula katiba.
Thanks so much. Now, going back to our main work.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the panel, according to your understanding about the Elections Act and the Constitution, what are the core responsibilities of the Commission that cannot be delegated to the Secretariat?
I would like to address that by also looking at the relationship between the Commission and also the Secretariat. And you've seen in the past that there's been issues regarding, the way things should be done, and friction arising between the Secretariat and its directorates and also the Commission. Yet the Act is very clear that the way in which this should be conducted is through consensus and building policy frameworks that are then implemented by the Secretariat, and they're giving now the policy direction. That is not something that can be delegated. Mm-hmm. Then again, of course, you have the issue of where commissioners take on the roles of part of the directorates, and that presents a challenge at the same time, because if you have then the committees at the committees that are set up at the Commission level, there's a challenge of those committees also interfering with the work also done at the directorate level. So in that area, the way in which the IEBC, or rather the Commission, should conduct its mandate in regards to the Secretariat is through giving policy direction, which is not transferable, and also the issue of declaration of the results of the presidential election.
So you're saying that policy formulation and supervision and oversight cannot be transferred. What about boundary delimitation? Is there anything that they can delegate on boundary delimitation to the Secretariat?
On boundary delimitation, the Secretariat is the one that actually implements. And on boundary limitation, it's now even, there's a directorate where boundary limitation has then been placed under research at the directorate level. So when we're looking at the boundary limitation, there's the role that the Secretariat will play, but also in consideration of the provisions that are set out under Article 89 of the Constitution.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Asante sana, Madam Sati.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Koth.
Yes.
I've heard you make reference to the KIMS kit quite often. What is the complete word? What are the complete words?
Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System.
Okay, thank you.
And was introduced in 2015.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What are the components that are included therein?
What are there?
What are the components included in the KIMS?
In the KIMS kits?
Yes.
There is the actual kit itself. There is the GPS chip that is included, and then there's also the, I guess, the components that facilitate transferring of the votes electronically.
Who are the stakeholders who ordinarily would be checking the credibility of the kit?
Who are there?
Who are the stakeholders who will be checking the credibility of the kits?
That is the IEBC at the Secretariat level, the ICT department, and also if they open it up to third parties to also assist, yeah.
So no one else would check the credibility apart from the IEBC staff?
Yes, I would think so.
Thank you. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to come to you, Nicodemus, please.
Rodney.
Yes, sir.
In your CV, you have indicated that you are currently a consultant at ELOG.
LGA.
Oh, LGA. Okay. And you have previously provided specialized legal services and training on democracy.
Yes.
From your training experience...
And that is in the South Sudan experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
From your training experience, what were the most common legal loopholes exploited during an election? And how would you mitigate them in IEBC's operations?
When we look at the legal challenges, we consider the electoral framework, the legal electoral framework of the IEBC. And when looking at these legal challenges, you have the issues of, one, for instance, the declaration of the results at the polling stations being final. You have also the issue of consensus amongst the collegiate at the commission level, building collegiate relationships at the commission level. Also looked at other challenges that we've also looked at include procurement, challenges in procurement, and how we can strengthen these procurement policies to make them a bit more transparent. For instance, and I'll just give you one example, we are supposed to procure in good faith, in public interest, good public interest. We are supposed to procure openly, open tendering. And then you ask yourself, how does an independent institution sign away the rights of the Kenyan peoples to a foreign entity? And when it comes to accountability for the process, the foreign entity then says intellectual property rights. That presents a challenge because this foreign entity has the biometrics of Kenyans, has the names of Kenyans, has the locations of Kenyans, has the intricate details of the Kenyan peoples. And they come and say, we cannot allow you to handle this information because it is our intellectual property right. I think that is a concern for national security, if you ask me. And why an independent institution would sign away the rights of the peoples is also another question. So looking at it from a legal point of view is that needs to be rectified because the end process of the electoral process is the server. And in doing so, perhaps get an opinion from the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of such a contract that binds the Kenyan peoples and their sovereign rights. So I think that those are some of the challenges that I would want to mention in terms of the legal perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, Rodney, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I want to invite our professor to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you did ask Rodney about his PhD, and he answered you that he's got a lot of work as a lecturer and consultancy. Let me confess that he taught me in my LLM coursework on law and security. Because of a lot of work, I also haven't finished my LLM project. So we share.
Both of you need to go to a retreat.
So we share in that. Rodney, you've talked of low trust. Then you have walked us through. You know, in tennis, they talked of enforced error. Enforced error is an error that you didn't have to commit, but you could still commit it. So you've walked us through, yes, or an own goal, from Maina Kiai ruling. You've taken us to book 1 and book 2. You've taken us to intellectual property given away to another company, not even another country, just a company. And we can add others, like the mixed ballot papers and commissions not talking at par. What is it? Because when you look at, and it's not one IEBC, it's successive IEBC commissions committing basic and forced errors, and hence the low trust, as you say. What is it that Rodney, Walter, Anthony, Guyana, Omondi, Okothogen would do if made a commissioner? And suppose you are just one and the rest still want to commit enforced errors.
Thank you, Prof.
What would you do?
Thank you, Prof. To be very honest, the electoral process in Kenya is one that has also been, let me say, challenged because of the system of the political system that we have adopted and the type of electoral framework that we have adopted in conducting our electoral processes. And because it is high stakes, Prof, and you know that on the 9th of August, 2027, we'll be having a presidential election, and at the same time we'll be having a gubernatorial election, we'll be having senatorial elections, we'll be having parliamentary elections, and we'll also be having MCA elections. That puts a lot of pressure on the institution of the IEBC. And perhaps it is one for consideration in terms of reforms that we look to get a constitutional amendment and remove the presidential election from these other elections, so that then the focus can be squarely on the presidential D-Day, and then the others can come thereafter, like it is in other jurisdictions. Then that will ease the pressure on the IEBC as far as the electoral process is concerned. So then they should be better prepared so that they do not commit these faux pas that we see in terms of preparedness for the election D-Day. Over and above that, one could also allude that there is political pressure on the institution and the independence of the institution itself. And you can, the drafters of the Constitution envisaged from the Kriegler report, taking on from the Kriegler report, they envisaged that the fallacies that we had in the Kivuitu period, to address it, we need to give this institution the independence it deserves. Up until now, the IEBC fund has not been actualized. So autonomy is also accompanied by financial capacity. And the problem is that now we have to go to the donors and we tell them, look, give us money, we need to conduct this, give us money, we need to do this. The IEBC needs to go to Parliament to persuade them on why these processes are critical and need to be supported. So, looking at it from that perspective, it is important, therefore, that we recognize that the conduct of elections in this country can be performed better if there is less pressure on the institution and independence of the IEBC as an institution, as an independent institution. And the independence of such an institution is even protected in the Constitution under Chapter 15. And that autonomy is necessary for the kind of things that we want the IEBC to achieve. And without that autonomy, then even come 2027, we'll be looking at a more or less similar semblance of the same challenges we've had in the past. So autonomy is very important. Given the time that we have between now and the next general election, I must say that it is not going to be a perfect delivery, because time is also necessary, mass registration of voters, and you can imagine now the kind of voters who are coming on board are the younger generation. And I think I am young enough to understand the frustrations, the aspirations, and the desires of the younger generation as far as electoral participation is concerned, but also experienced enough to be able to engage in these high-level institutional processes.
My last question on this segment. At the commission level, what policies or internal structures, were you to be a commissioner, would you recommend to institutionalize a culture of integrity in IEBC operations?
Thank you, Prof. One of the key things at the commission level is that, one, we need to first know, and it needs to be instilled in us, that the primary employer is the sovereign, as set out under Article 1 of our Constitution. That the people are sovereign, and the people have delegated this sovereign right to an entity such as the IEBC to express their sovereign will through universal suffrage. So the IEBC needs to be equipped with that knowledge. First of all, it needs an inculcation of that knowledge, that I am going before on behalf of the Kenyan people. And this has got to also embrace the principles set out under Article 10 of the Constitution. Patriotism, love for your country. If you love your country, there are some things that you're not going to do. If you love your country, you know that also electoral processes are not just the end of it. It also has an impact on political economy. And so the caliber of leaders that you choose will have an impact also in the future to come. So that understanding of who we are as a commission is very important, and it needs to be inculcated. Another thing is the way in which we can build collegiality as a commission through retreats. We need to have retreats. We need to have confidence building amongst ourselves, team building amongst ourselves, knowing each other as persons, that we are working together, creating that necessary synergy that is important for building the kind of trust that the Kenyans want to see in such an institution. And then the other thing also is creating what I would like to call a policy guideline on how we should conduct ourselves as commissioners at the IEBC. And this policy guideline should be is very important because it should spell the ABCD of how we should do things all the way up until the declaration of results. And if we had those policy guidelines in the previous election, then I don't think the Supreme Court would have had the opportunity to spell out something that was rather obvious. And with no disrespect and no pun intended to the late Chebukati, but you know, under Article 3810 in his soliloquy, where he decided to inform himself that because I am the national returning officer, I am the one who should declare the results. Yet, the Supreme Court came and said, the office that you established is unconstitutional. And furthermore, you should have read Article 138.10 together with Article 138.6 so that you can understand and embrace the essence of collegiality in decision making. So that policy guideline framework should be able to spell out the way in which we should conduct ourselves, how we build consensus, and also place repercussions for those commissioners who violate those guidelines. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Chair.
Rodney, just a little detail. How long did your course at Boretam College take you?
That was about a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you see our notice for interview?
I saw it when it was sent.
When did you apply for your equation of certificates?
I've already applied for it, and with the Council of University Education, and they have assured me that they should be done with it within by next week after Easter, because of getting the correspondences from the foreign universities.
Okay, but when did you apply for it?
When did I?
Apply for the equation.
I applied for the equation yesterday.
Was there any good reason why?
Is there?
Was there any good reason why you had to wait until yesterday?
I think I'm within the timeline. So that notwithstanding, the credibility of what I have done and what I have been awarded is not in question. It's just the formality of the processes that presents the challenge at this particular juncture. But it will soon be sorted out.
Okay. I hope that you will submit those in good time.
I'll make sure it's done immediately after Easter, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Prof, do you want to?
Yes, Rodney, through the chair, we usually finish with what he calls high school questions. And we usually start with an area of your expertise, which is wide. So I've purposely picked one which you talked about very eloquently. That is, as a technical advisor attached to the South Sudan peace process at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I want you to take the panel down the memory lane, because the peace process has been such a long cyclical, if you so wish, process. So the question is, when was the comprehensive peace agreement that gave birth to South Sudan signed, and which were the parties to the agreement?
Thank you, Prof. The CP agreement was signed in 2005, and the main signatories were then the late Mabior Garang and also the former president representative, the foreign secretary of Bashir.
My last question. Which two African countries were colonized by Belgium?
Come again, sir.
Which two African countries were colonized by Belgium?
I would like to take
20 seconds.
I would like to take a wild guess here, sir.
Yes, you're allowed.
Yes. I would say Cote d'Ivoire and Equatorial Guinea. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
That was a wild guess for sure.
Thank you, Rodney. We have enjoyed our time with you, and
Yes, sir.
Grateful for your time. Do you have any comment or question to make in a minute, kindly?
Yes, I would like to make maybe two comments. Yes, I know this is an electoral process, but also it is also a political process. And perhaps some of the challenges that we face as the IEBC is probably due to a broader understanding of some of the political challenges that bedevil our nation. And this is just food for thought. Maybe we need to reconsider our political system and perhaps go full parliamentary so that there's not too much clamor under the majoritarian system that we have now, 50+1, and also introducing more aspects of representational democracy, perhaps devolving that representational democracy, because if you look at the cycle of our political system, at every election, you have the main protagonists, and then after that, there's some bit of hue and cry here. The winner has been declared, and then we go into a period of a lot of political instability. Then at some point, there's the handshake, there's the grand coalition government, there's the now broad-based government. So perhaps because we are inherently socialist as a people and not individual, we perhaps maybe would want to look at a way of power sharing that would then now trickle down and have better inform our electoral processes. But that is just food for thought. Other than that, I thank you all for this opportunity, it is an honor, to say the least, to come before you. And I hope I have demonstrated, as I said in the beginning, the suitability of my candidature for the position of IEBC Commissioner. And if you do give me this honorable duty, I promise you, and I promise Kenyans, that I shall execute my duties with the fidelity to the law, stricto sensu. Thank you.
Thank you, inshallah. Ubarikiwe sana.
Na wewe ubarikiwe.
Tuonane, vyeti vyako viko pale kwa mlango na yule ndugu aliyekuleta. Daftari na kalamu na maji, unaweza zibeba.
Unaweza beba hii.
Asante. Yes.
Asante.
Ubarikiwe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you. Can you get 5 minutes? Okay, fine. Take 5 minutes. Karibu sana. You can put on that, you press, yes, speak, yes, there. Thank you. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I am the chair of this selection panel. Let me say that it's a pleasure to have had you apply for the position of member of the Commission of IEBC.
Thank you.
But also to want to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same position that you applied for, and for that reason you are here.
Thank you.
I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Good morning, Madam Roslyn.
Morning to you.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Madam Roslyn,
Yes.
habari ya asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, madam.
Morning to you.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, madam.
Morning to you.
Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you too.
Good morning, madam.
Morning
Niko
to
hapa.
you.
Nicodemus Bore, karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Andu.
Morning to you.
And karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you too.
Good morning, Rosary.
Morning to you.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you too.
Now we come to you and we ask that you introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that are significant for us to know, but also significant for the role you have applied for. Let us know if you're a member of any professional society or group, and if you have received any award or honor in the course of your career. Kindly welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First and foremost, I'm taking this opportunity to thank you for having selected me for this interview. To me, this is not something small or insignificant. And thank all of you for being here for me, so that you listen to assess my capability or ability in this position. So I start by introducing myself. I am Dr. Roslyn Randu. I'm a Kenyan. I come from Kilifi County, that is my home county, and specifically Malindi constituency. I'll start by giving a brief background about my academic journey. I schooled in Malindi in a primary school known as Panju Primary School. I sat for my certificate of primary examination. I passed, and I was enrolled or admitted to a secondary school in Taita Taveta, Murray High School. I learned in that school for 4 years, from 1980 to 1983. At that time, it was the previous, it wasn't the 844 curriculum or the CBC curriculum. So I proceeded for my A-level in the same school, and I had a first attempt. I sat for the exam. I did not make it to the university. So I repeated in the same school in the 6th form. So in this second attempt, I managed to pass, and I was admitted at Kenyatta University. I was admitted to study Bachelor of Education degree in arts, actually, in Kiswahili and philosophy and religious studies. After that, after completion of the university, there was a break. I had to go. The Teacher Service Commission employed me. So there's a break. I went for 4 years, worked with the Teacher Service Commission. At that time, I went for a master's degree in United Kingdom. So I went for a master's degree in United Kingdom, Birmingham University. And I excelled or graduated in 1996. In the following year, I remained in United Kingdom and I enrolled for a diploma in public relations and journalism. This was a part-time course. It was an online course. And within that 1 year, I also enrolled in online courses. These were not online, but I enrolled for diploma courses, IT-related courses. Actually, they were just computer packages. But at that time, it was when the computer era, or I think there was much of this interest in computer knowledge and skills. So I stayed for 2 years in United Kingdom and came back. And since I'm talking about my academic journey, I'll skip that bit. I've worked on coming back from the United Kingdom to Kenya. I worked with the Teacher Service Commission for a number of years, up to 2013. But in 2011, I enrolled for a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Moi University. And I've studied and I completed and graduated in 2022. Besides that, I must say that there was a time when I went to UK, I had wanted to change the course that I wanted. I wanted to study something else. That time, there were many people talking about Masters of Business Administration, but they could not allow me. So that's why in my papers, you sign that there's a deviation from education, and I had wanted to change the courses. So I enrolled, but on coming back to Kenya, I was enrolled at Kenya Institute of Management, and for human resource courses, I did part 1 and part 2. I have not completed the research bit. And I think it's because I found that I better concentrate on education since this is my line. And that's why you find that I've not completed. I think this is much that I have to say about the academic life or journey or what I've done. Now, going back to my work experience, when I completed the university degree, when I graduated in 1990, I was posted to teach in a secondary school in Kaloleni, Giriama, a school known as Kizurini Secondary School. I worked for 2.5 years. Then I was transferred to Malindi High School, and I taught for 2.5 years. And then from there, it's when I had a break in my studies. But on coming back, I've worked with the Teacher Service Commission from 1998 up to 2013. This time, I was posted at Shanzu Teachers Training College to work as a college tutor or a teacher trainer. In 2013, or the onset of devolution, I saw the advert. The county governments wanted people to go and work for the new established county government of Mombasa. So I applied and I was successful in that interview, and I was appointed as a member of the Public Service Board for Mombasa County. I worked for 6 years, and at the end of the contract, I also have worked as a director of vocational training in the Department of Education. Then after that, I've worked as a chief officer for the Department of Education and Vocational Training. I worked for 8 months, and currently I am the chief officer for the Department of Blue Economy, Cooperatives, Agriculture, and Livestock. I have worked in those capacities. And for this job, I feel that I have the adequate requirements. I have a Kenyan citizen. I have the minimum requirement of a bachelor's degree in education. And I also believe that I am a person of integrity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Roslyn, if you're appointed as a member of the IEBC Commission, what relevant experience are you bringing into the IEBC?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Kiome. As Dr. Roslyn Randu is an educationist, I've learned basic knowledge in education, and I've also worked in the education sector for very many years. So I believe the skills and the knowledge that I have in the part of education, I believe that the skills and the knowledge that I have will be relevant in the field or in the Directorate of Voter Education. Now, I think that will encompass the issues of finding what the curriculum is. I know what the content is, but checking the curriculum again and finding if it's applicable and relevant for the Kenyan context, because the environment is changing. So we cannot say that we will use the same content of that curriculum now. I have to find out the environment and scan and find, because like now, we have different stakeholders who are having a great voice in issues of elections. The current uprising of the Gen Z and what they want. Is this curriculum or this content relevant for them? This is one area that I will look into it. Then the issue of how the information will reach the public, the citizens of Kenya. What kind of content? The method that will be used. What is the best method of reaching to the citizenry? Again, the election materials or the teaching of voter education materials, how are they? Are they relevant? Are they friendly? Will they have a lot of impact? Or maybe it will be a voter education and at the end it will not realize the objectives that are needed. Because to me, voter education is very key. And I think the issue of voter registration, since I've worked in management positions, leadership positions, I have that ability to oversight and maybe see whether the Secretariat will be working as expected, because there's a lot of planning that is needed in even how that voter education will take place. It will not be a one-day affair, but a lot of prior planning will be needed to see to it that the citizenry is made aware of their political rights and the part or the role that they have to play in the elections or in the electoral process. I think I've just mentioned about voter education, but I know that I've worked in various capacities, but all this can help me know how to navigate, because I believe that there must be no gap between the citizenry or the public and the Secretariat or the issue of voter education. There must be, there must be some consensus. I don't know, the word is not consensus, but there must be a way in which you work together to see to it that the whole concept of voter education reaches the public. Otherwise, if the citizens are not aware of how to vote, this is civic education. If they're not aware on how to go and vote on the election day, if they're not made aware that the youth can participate, because voter education is not only the issue on the last day or elections, but there's also the element of the youth participating in the elections, the minority participating, the marginalized, so that there can be an affirmative action to see to it that they all participate. I've not mentioned about my management experience. I've not mentioned about, I've just concentrated on the education part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam, what are the legal and the structural safeguards that exist that protect IEBC from external influence?
Okay. I'll mention about the Constitution of Kenya, which has highlighted the work of the IEBC, or the body, Independent Election Boundaries Commission, and the place that it has, and the roles, and it has stipulated that how it should operate, and from the information or from the reading from the Constitution, it is supposed to be independent. It has outlined how the operation should be, right from the finances. Then there are other acts that also support to make sure that the IEBC is independent, free from any other influence. We have the Political Parties Act. We have the Election Campaigning Act. I believe these are some that can make IEBC forming that part of the legal framework. Thank you.
So just for clarity, you have outlined the Constitution, the Political Parties Act, and the Campaign Financing Act, if I got you right. So how do these particular laws safeguard IEBCs from political or other interferences when it's performing its mandate?
Thank you, Madam Caroline. I'll say that the Political Parties Act has, to some extent, or has outlined what the work is for the political parties, actually the registrar and the operations. So it means that somehow the IEBC has particular roles which have been delegated to the political parties or the registrar of the political parties, and even the IEBC. It has IEBC Act has outlined the operations, that how the IEBC should operate, right from the number of members, the operations of voter education, the mandate, etc. So any other organ besides the IEBC cannot interfere with the work of IEBC.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Madam Koki to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Daktari,
yes.
Please tell this panel and Kenyans watching you, if you are nominated as a member of IEBC, the specific strategic linkages you will establish or identify and ensure between voter education, voter registration, voting processes, and counting of the cast votes. Those three processes in the electoral cycle. What are the specific linkages between those four processes in the electoral cycle? Voter registration, voter education, voter registration, voting processes, and the counting of the cast votes. So just name the linkages and how you will unpackage them and highlight them to ensure we have efficiency and effectiveness in the conduct of elections.
Okay. For the voter, sorry, thank you, Madam Muli. For the voter education, the strategic linkages will be linking with CBOs within the various wards.
No, the linkages between those processes, not any person outside the processes.
Okay. So for me, what we'll start with, what is important to start with is voter registration is linked to voter education. But with voter registration, it will encompass or include mass voter registration, informing people that there is mass voter registration. That will be through voter education, and mobilizing people so that they know that there is voter registration through voter education. These are highly linked because we cannot have voter registration without voter education. They are all linked. So in this case, confirming or informing the media, looking for who the media is, and then at the ward level also identifying the people who will be the ward voter educators within the wards, or that is the smallest unit in the constituency. And then in the voting processes, there is a lot of education, there is a lot of voter education, because the voters must be informed on how the voting will be actually, even before. But if I concentrate on the voting day, on the polling day, what will be there at the polling station and the process, that there will be identification of their IDs, there will be identification of the biometric voter registration, identification through that, and how they should take the ballot papers so that there aren't many spoiled votes, and that at the end they'll also have marking on their fingers on that particular day. And on the voting process, again, it is linked with the voter education, because the citizenry or the citizens of Kenya must be informed on how the expectations, on the communication of how the electoral process will be. If it is time for mass registration, then the public need to go and register as voters. And on the final issue of counting, I believe that in the polling stations, that is where counting takes place. That is the initial avenue in which the counting starts. So through the voter education, the agents, the presiding officers, the clerks need to be informed and educated on what will happen on the actual day of the counting of the votes. And that's what is expected. When the counting has been done at the polling station, then who will transmit the results, who will transmit the results, or who will send the results, maybe from the presiding officer to the constituency returning officer to the county returning officer, and all the way up to the National Tallying Center. So all these are linked.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
I want
you,
to
Chair.
ask our FCPA to ask you some questions, please.
Madam CD,
Yes.
I've seen in your documentation you were once appointed an accounting officer, which I believe you are still one.
Yes, I am.
You are. So IBC procurement processes have a lot of vulnerabilities. I believe you must be aware of what has been happening at IEBC in as far as procurement are concerned.
Yes.
So what governance interventions will you introduce if considered as a commissioner at the policy level, appreciating your role as a commissioner, not a secretariat? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanui. A brief background is that there have been procurement issues in the IEBC, from the procurement of the KIMS kits and BVR and everything. For policy perspective, I believe that we must outline in the policy that the procurement process needs to be transparent. Then everyone in the IBC, the Secretariat, they need to know that they need to be accountable of all the actions that are there. Then another policy aspect that I might introduce is the issue of ensuring that the procurement process, there's a good plan on the timelines or the time frame on how the procurement will be, right from the procurement plan, what time will it be done, as far as the overall electoral process is. Then we also must find in the policy, finding out the budget, or getting to know what the budget is in good time from the Parliament, so that there isn't delay, that this time has reached to procure the KIMS kit, and we have not yet received the budget or the monies for the procurement. Because when that happens, then it means that that will be a problem. It will be a policy problem, and it might affect the whole of the electoral process. There is also the aspect of integrity that should be in that policy. Integrity of everyone who is involved in the procurement process. Then I know what the government has done. We have the IFMIS, Integrated Financial Management Information System, whereby everything, the procurement is online. I don't know what is happening currently with the IEBC, but I believe that when the procurement process is online and everyone can see, then it means that there will be minimal challenges of maybe having some people or some of the IEBC staff or procurement officers involving in some corrupt deals. So mine will be to check what the policy is and what are the gaps in the policy and what can be made better so that the policy can realize the electoral process in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Evans Misati, please. Misati.
I think before I go, I think that policy will also have to identify the procurement methods, maybe from the Secretariat. This is what needs to be purchased. What type of procurement process, procurement method is suitable for that kind of purchases. So that will also have to be defined in the policy so that there isn't a confusion that like what happened now, some time back, there was direct procurement of the KIMS kit and the general public was complaining, how come it wasn't an open tender? So maybe in that policy, it should be able to specify which methods are appropriate for the type of purchases, because I know that the procurement department already knows what they purchase on yearly basis, from the BVR kits, from the election materials, from the ballot boxes, and general services that are needed
Fair
in
enough.
the IBC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Misati?
Thanks so much, Chair. Rosalind, in trying to understand your knowledge on IPC,
Okay.
demonstrate your understanding of the governance issues in IPC between the commissioners and the Secretariat, and how they exercise the governance issues, particularly on human resource.
I'll start by outlining the role of the Commission very briefly. That the mandate of the IBC commissioners is oversight and strategic direction, or providing strategic leadership of how it should run, and also other aspects or the other mandates that are there, like voter education, etc. Voter education. But specifically, the IBC plays the oversight role, while the Secretariat implements the decisions that are there.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm requesting we focus ourselves to the relations between the commissioners and the Secretariat and how they report to each other in terms of human resource. Who reports to who?
Okay.
All the way.
Thank you very much. To me, the Secretariat reports to the commissioners. We have a chief executive officer who is in charge of the whole Secretariat, and the CEO now reports, is a secretary is a secretary to the IEBC. Besides that, we have a number of HR officers, HR people. We have the staff. We have people who are in various committees. Then I believe there's the issue of, if it's HR, the issue of the salaries of the staff, the salaries of the commissioner. But the Secretariat reports to the commissioners, to the commission, the commissioners. I don't know, it's like I've not answered that question appropriately. Let me try again. You have asked me on how the governance issues, and specifically the HR,
Yes.
and then who reports to the other. In the IEBC Commission, we have the commissioners and we have the Secretariat, which is headed by the CEO, who is in charge of all the staff under him, from finance, legal people, legal officers, education officers or voter education officers, returning officers, constituency returning officers, right to the constituency level. We have a line of people who report to the Secretariat or the Chief Executive Officer. Now, when there are governance issues, the problem is that some have complained that the Secretariat is detached from the Commission. The commissioners are working in a solo manner, and the Secretariat also are working in a solo manner. So this has brought confusion that who really is in charge? In charge of
Where
operations.
was that? Sorry, where was the complaint?
I've been reading in the newspapers, like some time back, we could see some CEOs who could make decisions on their own, less than the issues of procurement. And then when it comes to the public, now the commissioners were being tasked, they said they were not aware of the procurement process. So this became a problem. Now when it came, I think there's some instances whereby even reached to the court to determine what the problem was.
Thanks. Oh, that's what you're referring to.
Okay.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rosalind, how would you address a situation where the IEBC boundaries delimitation report is rejected by a section of the stakeholders? As a commissioner, what are the interventions? How would you address such a situation?
Okay. To me, I'll find out what the actual complaint is, the nature in details. Secondly, I will go to the boundaries and limitation boundaries. Procedure of how the boundaries should be delimitation. What is the rule? What is the rule? For instance, there might be a complaint that the members are few, or they should maybe in another boundary or whatever, but now that will be on what the rule is for the delimitation. Like it says that it shouldn't have 40% from the population. It's called what? The proportion. Population. Proportion of the national census. We get the data from the national census. Then we find out that there must be a proportion. It should be 40% for cities and other areas, and should be 30% for other areas that are not sparsely populated. Now, we'll go to that and find out whether, as per where they are they within that limit? Are they within that percentage? Maybe they do not know what the rule is, then I will enlighten them on what the rule is, because the issue of boundaries operate under a rule. So it's not like I want to be in this ward or in this boundary, but that will depend. Let's say if the population in that boundary or in that ward or in that constituency does not meet that number, then it means that it have to be merged with another boundary and merged. So we have to find out on the population, the proportion of the population, and the 40% and 30%, and then where do they fall? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. You've indicated that you worked in the county for some time.
Yes.
Secretary.
Yes, I have.
And I'm sure you are aware about the County Government Acts.
Yeah.
What leadership role is expected of an IEBC commissioner under the County Governments Act when supporting electoral activities at the county level?
I'm not very certain, because I know that the county government operates. We have the issue of how it should run.
Yeah.
And I don't see how much it's much linked with the electoral process. Election of, we have the election of the governors at the county level. We have the election of the ward representative. We have the election of the senator and members of national parliament, and even the women representative.
I'm asking, what will be the link between the national office and the county leadership in terms of IEBC? What I mean by county leadership are the offices that are established by IEBC at the counties.
Okay. I think there'll be linkage with the county offices. I think the IEBC offices. I know the office is concerned with the voter registration. So maybe to me, I would say that part of the voter registration and the voter education should be at the county level, not only amongst the employees, but the general public of the citizens of Mombasa. Because, so it will be important to see to it that the citizenry is made aware of the voter registration and the whole of the electoral process, because when there's low voter turnout or when there's low voter registration, then it means it will affect, it will not be good for the whole, it means that some people will not be represented. There'll be no voice from them. So it's a bit impartial. A bit impartial, so that the county government doesn't seem to be so much lining itself with the IEBC, because I think the general public is watching. Because when there's so much, then it means that the governor, people will have doubt whether he's so much or he'll gain favors from the IBC because he's always with the IBC officers. So it should just be to some extent, but not so much. Otherwise, favoritism and people may not have confidence in the IBC. It will be seen to be a bit impartial because if it is so much aligned or working with the governor, if I may say, they may think that IBC will favor the governor.
Okay. Thank you very much and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Invite our Prof, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let's go constitutional a little bit, Rosalind.
Okay.
From a constitutional standpoint, first, you know that IEBC has some deficit. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes.
So from a constitutional standpoint, what behaviors or actions would undermine public confidence in an IEBC commissioner, and how are these addressed under Chapter 6?
Chapter 6 is about leadership and integrity. And I believe a commissioner should be a person of high integrity. This is what the Constitution stipulates. And so, again, even so, there's the issue of being professional. There's the issue of being transparent and accountable for all the actions that the commissioners take. Every step, the general public is watching. Even like now, they are watching. And they want to see what type of commissioners or the quality of the commissioners that we'll have. So I believe that free from corruption issues, high integrity of the commissioners in the way they behave, in the way they operate, being impartial and no favoritism, and being transparent and in each step of the electoral process. If it is voter education, then transparency from the voter registration. The final list of the poll register should be made public. This is transparency and accountability. With that, I believe that they will have confidence in the commissioners and in the IBC. Otherwise, if the operations are sometimes not very clear, the general public will poke holes and feel that the IBC is like the other IBCs. So I believe that the leadership and integrity part is very, very important, that people see that we are professionals, or the IBC is led by professionals, right from the commissioners and even up to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Quite a number of Kenyan commentators have said that this position of IEBC commissioner is a career breaker. Why would Rosalind C.D. Randu be interested in what is being described as a career breaker?
From my perspective, indeed it is a career breaker, because it is moving away from, I'm moving away from the professional bit, from an educationist or even
Now let me put it differently. You know, interpretations can be different. What I meant was, we have seen commissioners being compelled to exit before the end of their tenure. We have seen commissioners abandoning their jobs when they were supposed to go and bring ballot papers. We have seen commissioners running into exile. That's what I meant, not in terms of change of career.
Okay.
Why? Given that live evidence.
Actually, I've seen it, and it is true that the previous commissioners had to exit, and some already in exile. Sometimes it's the pressure of the work and the political interference to some extent, not all the time, but to some extent, maybe at the constituency level and even to the presidential elections. But that has been a problem. And a lot of expectations, the country or the citizens have very high expectations that this should be done at this particular time. And when it fails, that becomes a problem. Again, the issue of the delay of the results, I think to me this has been the main issue on the transmission of the results. And when the delay, the general public is waiting, there is that pressure to leave and to let everything take its course.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Prof, do you want to ask any further questions?
Sure. Rosalind C.D. Randu.
Yes, Professor.
This is a segment in which we ask high school questions, and there's no better person than an educationist who is aware of high school questions. So let me start with the most basic one. Name the curriculum changes in Kenya's education system since independence.
Okay. From the independence, after the Ominde Commission, after the elaborations, we had the 7-4-2-3 system. 7 years in primary, 4 years in secondary school, 2 years in A-level, and 3 years in the university. Then, during the Moi era, there was a change in the curriculum because it was fair. The research showed that the 7-4-2-3 did not make the citizens of Kenya adequate. They did not have adequate skills. So it was changed, and there was a reform to 8-4-4. That was in 1985. And then recently, now we have the CBC curriculum, 2-3-3-6-3, whereby we start with 2 years in PP, okay, like the nursery, then 3 years for grade 1, 2, 3, then it continues to more 3 years. Then we have, it's about the junior, senior school, and then this will have 3 years in the university, 2, 6, 3, 3, whereby it concentrates on competencies of the learners instead of only skills.
Thank you. That was very easy stuff for you. Let me try another one that may not be so easy. Name 3 African capitals located on the shores of their respective coasts. 3 African capitals located on the shores of their respective coasts.
Well, I know one of the countries' capital is Moldova. Moldova.
That's in which country?
I'm not certain whether it is in Madagascar or Seychelles.
Any other? 20 seconds. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chairperson. Yes.
Okay. So, in that case, I want to thank you for your time. And I don't know whether you have any comment or question.
I don't have any question, but I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for having taken your time to listen to me in answering the questions in this interview. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for positive results. That's what happens, quite expectant. Otherwise, I don't have much. I appreciate the way you have related, the way you have asked these questions in a very calm and friendly manner. I've not panicked. You know, sometimes you go for an interview and you panic, but you are very good. You have made the atmosphere very conducive. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comment. Brother at the door has your certificate, so you hand them over to you. The notebook and the pen are yours, and if you so wish to use the water also, blessings to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Safiri salama.
Asante.
Asante. We'll take a break now. About 20 or so, 30 minutes. We'll be back at 12:15 to pick 2 candidates, and then after that we call it a day. What time do you need a prayer break? 1:30. For how long? So we'll talk about that anyway. Sawa, thank you. Sawa, but tukutane na the rest of the team, the media and the others at 12:15. Thank you. Asante. Madam Rukia, karibu na uketi tafadhali. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and on behalf of the panel and Kenyans, thank you for showing your interest in the position of member of the IEBC Commission, for which you were shortlisted and you are here today. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves. Then after that, we will come to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Rokia.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to welcome you to this interview session. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Madam Rokia.
Yes.
Jambo.
Si jambo.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana, Caroline Kituko.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon. Asante, Prof.
Good afternoon, Rukia. Because it has to go on the record, my mic was off. My name is Adam Solo, and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Daktari.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, na karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Kia.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Atikia.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to this session. My name is Koki Muligrinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rukia.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evan Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will come to you, Dr. Rukia Atikia. Is that how your name is pronounced?
Yes.
To introduce yourself, give us a highlight of your life and profile so that we get to know you better, and why you think you're suitable for this position you're being interviewed for. Let us know if you're a member of any professional group or society, and if you have received any honor and award. Karibu.
Asante. Thank you so much, Chair and panel members. I want to take this opportunity first to appreciate that you have shortlisted me for this, because there is a lot of people who have applied and I don't take it for granted. My name is Rukia Atikia, and currently serving as director at Kenya School of Government, Mombasa campus. My professional background is in strategy management, and I've also been trained as a teacher. I have, with regards to my academic background, I have a PhD in business administration, a master's degree in business administration, a bachelor's degree in business and office management, and a diploma in technical teacher education. And over the years, I've also invested in my professional growth and therefore taken a number of short courses, and a few includes strategic leadership development program, senior management course, strategic resource mobilization course, among others. I am also a member of Kenya Institute of Management, as well as Kenya Association of Public Administration and Management. With regards to my career background and history, I want to say that I started working immediately after high school at a local parish, where I was offered a clerical job to start with. And that actually introduced me to the working life. So I really want to appreciate that it was the first point of service with regards to my career. And after that, I got an opportunity, again through the same institution,
to just go and improve in my capacities in terms of skills acquisition, which made me undertake a few of Kenya National Examination courses, and then went back there to briefly serve as an administrative function of one of the CBOs in the region. Then after that, I took a break and joined Kenya Technical Teachers College, where I took a diploma course. And having been trained, then there was no job in terms of posting. So I had to take what is available and therefore took up an administrative role in Jomo Kenyatta University, where now upon arrival, continued working there for about 5 years in the administration wing, but also enrolled to pursue my degree in business and office management. And I successfully graduated in 2008 and got a first class, and therefore took an initiative to request for reassignment and redesignation to academic, which I was awarded, and I went to serve in the College of Human Resource Development in the capacity of teaching assistant. While there, I was teaching diploma students, as well as also pursuing my master's degree. And at that point, I was given just administrative role in terms of managing the timetables for the department, and then eventually realized and achieved my master's. So upon completion, again, I was promoted to the position of tutorial fellow in the same School of Human Resource, where I continued teaching, doing research, but this particular time, given a responsibility in examination department, which required a lot of, in terms of integrity, in terms of accuracy, to record the data, as well as leave the opportunity to interact with the students' matters and make sure that their issues are addressed. So a position that I actually would relate to what is called for if I was to be a commissioner for this particular commission, that in terms of integrity, in terms of accountability and accuracy. And therefore, having served there, I also continued pursuing my PhD, which I graduated in 2015. And upon graduation, I was given a responsibility as a chairman or chairperson of the department in terms of overseeing the academic and administrative function at the department. And what I would borrow from that leadership is the fact that when you are as chair of the department, then you are not supposed to be also partisan in terms of unionism. So I appreciate the fact that I was in management and therefore had less participation when it came to matters union, and continued serving in terms of trying to make sure that academic and administrative functions would move smoothly. But one particular achievement when I was there is the fact that the department was new and there was need to provide visibility. So working with the ICT team, my particular contribution then was to put a web page for the department so that then the participants would really access easily to information and be able to reduce the number of times they have to visit to the department. And among other academic, overseeing the academic role. And then in 2019 May, I was offered a position of Registrar Admin and Finance at Uma University, which now gave me an opportunity to serve also in the private part of the university. So while there, I was overseeing a number of functions, finance, admin, ICT, transport, just doing an oversight in terms of helping the VC and the top management to make sure that these functions would comfortably and effectively be managed. So what is unique, and that I can also claim probably credit for, is the university was young. A number of activities were ongoing in terms of getting the university certified by KEBS as well as Commission for University Education. So, and a role that I also joined the team in terms of making sure that the university realizes the charter as well as being accredited by KEBS. But of very unique importance when I came was the issue that the university was struggling with performance, and therefore I offered a proposal to make sure that we train the management on issues of performance, which I also participated in training the management then, and also institutionalizing the performance management in terms of committing the head of sections to a contract. And then also had an opportunity to link the university with the Ivy School of Business in terms of exchange program for the university students as well as faculty. So around 2020, November, I joined Kenya School of Government in the capacity of a deputy director, and this time now offering also oversight in terms of managing the academic function of learning and development, where I was implementing the learning and development policy, as well as managing the faculty. And this particular role, again, exposed me to a number of consultancies where I successfully headed a consultancy assignment in terms of checking the training impact assessment for Puntland state of Somalia, and which we successfully did, and which earned the school quite amount in terms of resource. And also contributing to the operational efficiency of the department with regards to appreciating apps in terms of collecting data. And in 2013, I was appointed in acting capacity to be the head of campus, Mombasa campus, where
2013 or 2023?
Sorry, 2023. I was appointed as acting director and sent to Mombasa campus to oversee both admin and finance, and admin and academic function then. And I think that is where I am as at yesterday, when I got my confirmations later. So I am now not acting, but the director of the campus. And yeah, I think there is, I can probably share as we progress in the discussion. Thank you so much.
Having just gotten your confirmation, do you still want to go on with this interview?
Yes, Chair, because this is a higher calling of representing the public at a higher level, so I would not mind if given the opportunity.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you had a relative of yours interviewed?
Yes, Dr. Ido.
Dr. Ido?
Yes.
Who is he to you?
Ido is my spouse.
Okay, your husband.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Linda, please proceed.
And sorry, Chair, I forgot to say I was also awarded a scholarship by Dutch government to pursue PhD, which is currently ongoing at Wageningen University of Research. Thank you.
You're going to be double PhD?
Likely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rukia, yours is an inspiration to many women out there. And congratulations.
Thank you.
For being confirmed as a director at KSG. So aside from that, and with all these great experience that you've had, what skills and competencies are you bringing into IEBC?
Thank you, Madam Kome. First is strategy, because that is my area, and leadership, because I've already served in different leadership roles. But more importantly, I've served also in the public service for quite some time. So matters in terms of managing the public institution around governance, in terms of what to look for, in terms of accountability, transparency, and having dealt also with crisis and appreciating the fact that I have been serving within teams and also leading teams, and therefore teamwork and collaboration. Yeah.
Your personal attributes?
Team player, interpersonal relations, so I could relate with somebody across cadre, across race, and also patient and resilient, because you can see how far I've come and the challenges I had to withstand. So resilience and a bit of commitment to cause. Thanks.
Have you ever been bribed? IEBC is a high-stake and high-pressure working environment. Have you ever been bribed because this kind of things you will come about them in this area?
Well, I don't know how to put it, but I would probably attribute to probably corruption or bribe, but with interactions at the as the director at the campus, I was dealing with also supply issues. So at some point, somebody would say, you know, my pay has been processed, so I would want to appreciate you. An offer that I would stand my ground, that I was doing my duty and therefore do not want to be appreciated in any form. Yeah, probably that could be one scenario I would share.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Carol.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rukia.
Yes.
Boundary delimitation is one of the mandate of the IBC, and the Constitution has set out the criteria and the procedure that IBC should use when carrying out boundaries delimitation. However, it is one of those contentious issues that may cause tensions whenever it is being done, whenever IBC is undertaking boundaries delimitation. Should you become appointed as a member of the IBC, how would you ensure that the process adheres to the constitutional principles while mitigating political tensions?
Thank you so much, Madam Caroline. I want to concur with you that this is a contentious issue, that but critical because of the need for people to have their representation. So some of the criteria, if I may just point to, is the need to take into consideration the community interest, the population quota, as well as issues of ease with which people would interact in terms of communication, in terms of transport. And therefore, that being the position, as a commissioner, we first be, it is the mandate of the commission to undertake. And therefore, the beginning point is probably to establish, looking at possible available data in terms of census, to establish whether the records are there. So utilizing one of the ways is to utilize the census data. Number two is to also check, do we have the resource? Because again, the timing is important in terms of going into this activity, and then mobilizing the stakeholders in terms of leaders, in terms of community players, all stakeholders to appreciate the process from the onset. And then ensuring to reduce cost, because again, another major cost issue is around cost and precision, therefore using the latest probably IT system to determine these quotas.
Thank you very much for that elaborate thought process. I am interested in two things. Number one, how would you sort to address historical grievances and injustices that could be existing through boundaries delimitation? And number two, what is the role of public engagement or participation in the process? How would you involve public participation?
So if I say historical injustices, probably you have to work within the provision of law. So you cannot just wake up as a commissioner and say, we are addressing historical injustices. So first being guided by the law with regards to delimitation, and in terms of public engagement, trying to come up with forums so that then people would be walked through this, and if there are any issues they raise, and if the issues are genuine, then we will probably factor in terms of report that will be presented for maybe approval and adoption. So I think continuous engagement, working with them through the process, appreciating their inputs, as well as also accommodating where these inputs, these proposals are genuine.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Madam Koki to ask your question also.
Thank you, Chair. Daktari, the Elections Act at Section 39 provides a very elaborate legal framework for determination and declaration of results at the polling station, and the transmission of the same, of the transmission of the results. And I believe that you have participated in elections, you have voted, and perhaps I hope you have observed or seen how the process is. Can you just sequentially tell the panel that framework of after the closing of the polling session for voting, and then transitioning it to counting and all the way to the transmission of results, telling us which results are declared or announced at the polling station and why, and so on. Just step by step, walk us through that process.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Koki. I want to say that first I presided over the referendum of 2005, and therefore some interactions with the process. And with regards to the management of votes and the occurrence in terms of voting, in terms of tallying and transmission of the results. So I immediately after the close of the polling station, there will be tallying and there will be counting of the votes at the station, where all the different rolls, papers or ballot papers are opened and transparently counted.
Beginning with which?
The MCA, the member of National Assembly, the member of County Assembly, then there is gubernatorial, then there is the senatorial, then there is the senatorial, the women rep, as well as the gubernatorial, and then the presidential. So all this will be probably opened sequentially, starting with maybe the member of County Assembly, opened, counted, tallied, and recorded, and then we move to the member of Parliament.
When they are opened, counted, and tallied, they are only recorded. No, you move to the.
They are tallied, counted, tallied, and then announced. Recorded and announced. Then we have the one for member of a county member of Parliament, which is also opened, counted, tallied, announced, and reported, and recorded in recorded and then announced. Then we have the one for member of women, the women member of Parliament, which is also open, counted, but not tallied.
Okay.
But open and counted at that and announced, but the tallying will happen at the constituency, at the county level. And then we have the gubernatorial still opened, counted, tallied, announced, and then we have the presidential opened, tallied, and recorded as well. So all the announcements, basically, of that particular polling center happens there. But what then posted to the wall, the notice board. But then what we carry forward is once we are submitting the ballot box to the constituency level, then they are also again received. But for the member of the women rep, for the senator, for the gubernatorial, from all the polling stations will then again be consolidated, plus the presidential, and forwarded to the county level, where now the declaration of the senatorial, the women rep will happen, and then the transmission of the gubernatorial will happen, and then the transmission of the presidential to the National Tallying Center. Thank you very much, Daktari, and all
Yes.
the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite FCPA. Please, FCPA Tanui.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Rukia,
Yes.
kwanza pongezi kwa
Asante.
safari ya masomo.
Asante.
Yeah, where you've reached. It takes a lot of determination and commitment, so pongezi. Now, picture this scenario. We are in 2027, January. We have elections in August. You observe that you don't have enough exchequer release from government, neither do you have enough budget to conduct that election. As a commissioner, what proactive policy interventions would you put in place to mitigate that scenario come 2027? Thank you.
Thank you, FCPA Tanui. I appreciate we are time bad in terms of progression to the election times, and the challenge of the finance is at hand, and therefore the best policy interventions that I would recommend as a commissioner is having a multi-year budget that is actually committed, so that then at no one point the commission will find itself in terms of not being able to be facilitated. Then we have the process of this approval of the budget happening and being an assignment or a role of the parliament. So probably trying to see whether that can be fast-tracked so that the commission can be facilitated to make sure that the different tasks that are at hand is completed within the time provided. And then there is issue of looking for other resources outside. Probably not for some activities, but for some others, we can opt to partner with the different players, both internally and externally, provided that does not compromise the independence of the commission, making sure all the checks are done, and therefore utilize the resource mobilization as an element to support financing, and then trying to see what can we do with this, the small resource that we have, the prudence with which we use, making sure that we look for innovative ways of doing some of these things in terms of voter registration. Can we do voter registration probably using technology, or can we use technology in terms of even voter education and also training of this commission staff or the people who are trying to help us in terms of making sure that we manage the elections very effectively and professionally. So these are options in terms of interventions I would believe would go a long way in terms of making sure that we realize the time and work within the timelines that is there.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Asante, Bwana Misati.
Thanks so much, Rukia. Now, I want to ask you a follow-up question to what FC Tanui has asked you regarding the funding of our general elections. If we find that we have gaps, and we found that there are donors who are ready to give us equipments, KIMS kits, and all that, what are the risks associated with that, and why is it that are we able to take it as a country or not?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I want to believe that before we accept, we need to do background check. But does it first even, that support we are given, for example, in this case, you are talking of equipment, is it even compatible? And does it compromise the integrity and the effectiveness with which we will dispense our mandate? So I will not say we will accept immediately, but we may consider, the risk is that probably you are given an equipment that may not be, that is compromising the validity with which we are dispensing the election process. So in terms of equipment, I wouldn't really want to say that we accept it without doing due diligence in terms of, does it align with our priority? Does it serve our interest? And making sure that we audit and see that is there any compromise around handling of that equipment or using that equipment for the purposes of election. Thank you.
So what are some of the items that, or other activities that the donors can support IEBC to carry out?
I would say maybe voter education, because that again probably does not actually compromise much in terms of the heftiness of the support we are seeking, because again already some of the CSOs, government would non-government organizations can be partnered with the commission to ensure that the voter education happens, and we can also seek support around the area of reviews, the electoral reviews, so that then there is nothing that is going to really affect the integrity with which we dispense the election.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I ask Tuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rukia.
Yes.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you for the good work and the trail and the good work that you've shown to the girls of the North. I'm sure I knew they would see a very good example. So thank you.
Thank you.
Would you please tell the panel, what do you think are the gaps in voter registration process for marginalized groups like pastoralists and people living with disability, and how would you address them? What do you think are the gaps, and how would you address them?
Thank you, Madam Fatma. Coming from the marginalized community and understanding the environment and the realities there, I would say one of the gap is access, because most of these marginalists, just using my own case, is people who are moving sometimes from one place to another, and therefore looking at probably a way of reaching out to them in terms of mobile outreach, so that then we are able to get them to at the point at which they are, to be able to help make sure that they are registered. Secondly, majority are again not really to the level of literacy that we expect. Therefore, the need to translate those materials into a language that is known and appreciated by those communities. And then there is, and also reaching, using the most appropriate media in terms of communication. In this case, I appreciate now, to a large extent, there is availability of radio and local vernacular radios. So through this, I think we can be able to reach and get them register. And then we have the issue of the voting space in terms of accessibility for the disabled groups. So we need to make sure that the voting places are friendly in terms of ramps, in terms of giving preference to voters that are ladies, probably providing queues that are separate, so that then this particular group is helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I also want to join the rest of the team in congratulating you.
Thank you.
And I'll also want you to congratulate your better half, because of giving you the opportunity to continue growing through the ladders of education. Now, you are in the governance structure of the Kenya School of Government, having been confirmed as a director at the Kenya School of Government, Mombasa. How does Article 73 of the Constitution shape the leadership expectation of IEBC commissioners in the execution of their duties?
I want to respond in a manner in which we dispense our duties of remaining transparent, remaining impartial, remaining accountable to the people, and offering opportunity for others to also contribute to the decision-making process. Yeah.
You have also indicated in your CV that you are a gender. Can we say you have undertaken a lot of gender mainstreaming?
Yes.
What innovative approaches have you used in your gender mainstreaming work that could be adopted to improve IEBC's inclusivity, especially for marginalized groups such as women, youth, and persons living with a disability?
Thank you. I did a number of consultancies. I am not an expert in gender, but I participated in gender mainstreaming process as part of the consultant. And therefore, what we were doing, these are programs that and projects that are community managed. Some are just businesses where people came together and funded by donors, and therefore the need to mainstream the gender in all the activities that is planned. And we did a review of those programs and also trained the business holders in terms of what are the best practices to make sure that both all genders are represented, to make sure that budgets are also gender sensitive in terms of providing provisions in terms of that sensitivity around budgeting when you're planning. And that is aimed at making sure that there is inclusivity across board, whether disabled, whether it's a lady, whether it's a youth. And therefore for IEBC, I want to believe there is the need to appreciate and uphold the same principles in terms of inclusivity, in terms of making sure that all, irrespective of race, age, ability, in terms of whether you are a person living with disability, then your interest is taken care of, and this will be actually through the existing framework of public participation, of offering opportunities to all, irrespective of their backgrounds or race or gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to go to Professor Adam Solo.
Dr. Is it already doctor or soon to be doctor?
Doctor.
Already doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Rukia Atikia.
Yes.
So today, if I walked by the door of your house, I would meet 6 degrees. Or there are more?
Yes, there are more.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Prof.
To your house. Let's talk conflict management. If you are to become an IEBC commissioner, how should conflict of interest be interpreted and managed within the IEBC, particularly in procurement and candidate oversight?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. I think first we need to appreciate the fact and the best practice that there is a need to declare interest in any assignments that you do where you find you're conflicted. And therefore, making sure that we have policies speaking to this, and we have standard way of recording those interests, whether providing a register where somebody would declare that. So in terms of procurement, I think we can propose, I can think of code of conduct in the manner in which procurement is done within the organization, so that then these procurement officers are subjected to signing these codes and enforcing in case of breach. And then in terms of candidate oversight, making sure that I think that answers that in terms of getting them sign the code of conduct. Then trying to make sure that we have audits impromptu audits in terms of what is happening in the procurement, and at some point also getting framework of reporting in place where the persons who have interacted with our procurement department will have opportunity to give us how are we faring in the areas that they feel needs to be brought forth. So putting up a mechanism of reporting where there are challenges, and then when somebody is found compromised, probably taking the necessary actions through existing institutions like EACC and stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. You are aware that if you are to be a commissioner, you are going to be in high demand from the stakeholders.
Yes.
Now let me give you a hypothetical. You are approached by a politician known to you, because there'll be those who are known to you. We live in a political world. And they are asking you for a favor in resolving a nomination dispute. And they are coming with a carrot that should you help them resolve it, there'll be career benefits for you. Walk us through your response as an ethical leader.
Thank you, Prof. I want to just make reference to what I've just said in terms of upholding the rule of law and the need to dispense that in every decisions that I make. Because again, there is there is the law, there is the values, there is the code of conduct that guide my being there, and there is all my own values in terms of thinking through to make sure that the decision I make is prudent. So in this particular case, where the politician is offering a favor in terms of making sure that somebody is probably comfortably taken through the nomination, I believe there is a process to it, and therefore my response would be that we let the due process be followed. And in this case, because it is matters of dispute relating to nomination, we already have probably, and I have read it, that there is a dispute resolution committee. And therefore, there is no singular role I have as a commissioner to determine or in favor of this person. So this particular case will be referred to the committee to look at it, give recommendation, and therefore be dispensed in the manner that is desirable and equal to the other persons.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Prof, do you still want to continue?
Yes, Dr. Rukia, this is the time that the chair asks us to give you some high school questions. And we normally start from where you have experience in, and I can see that you have served for long in the Kenya School of Government. Tell the panel what the name of the Kenya School of Government was at its inception, and in which year was it incepted in Kenya?
Thank you, Prof. The initial name of Kenya School of Government is Jeans School, and it was incepted in 1924.
After Jeans School, what was it called? Okay, tell them. I've seen where you have gone. I don't want to go into the details why you have gone there. Tell them the name that preceded the Kenya School of Government, that immediately preceded the Kenya School of Government.
Kenya Institute of Management, Kenya Institute of Administration.
And when was that incepted?
1963.
Would you say that Jean School was government secretarial college?
The Kenya Institute of Administration is what we now have as Lower Kabete. But before we converged and had what now we call Kenya School of Government, there were different government training institutes, which is in Mombasa, Matuga, Embu, Baringo, and that was now all pulled together in 2020, after the 2010, in 2012, to be what is now called Kenya School of Government.
Very well. Name 3 immigration entry or exit border points that facilitate movement and trade between Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania.
There is the Arusha border, the Lunga Lunga. Yeah, you can remember those two.
There's a border called Arusha border?
Namanga. Namanga.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Rukia,
Yes, Chair.
should we toss a coin, or how should we decide between a husband and a wife?
Chair, I think I present a unique additional qualification of being a woman and of being a marginalized. So I think I provide a better check.
What do you mean being marginalized? He's a Sakuye himself.
But you see, I'm an endangered species by virtue of being a woman. So either way, I think I release a lot of headache where there is tie in terms of gender representation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What are your final comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair and panel members, for having me and for giving me this opportunity, which I take it with humility. And I want to believe that there is a lot of issues out there in terms of expectations of the people of Kenya. And I want to also believe the task you are at calls for the grace of God, and therefore wish you well as you help us get at least the 7 people who will occupy this office and be able to earn the trust that is at stake right now. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming all the way from Mombasa. And congratulations on the appointment as the director of the Kenya School of Government Mombasa campus. Your certificates are at the door with the gentleman who will give them to you. You're welcome for lunch if you have some time for that. The notebook and the pen are yours.
Thank you.
And the water too.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Okay, do you have the next candidate? Yes, do. We agreed. We agreed to finish. $13.20? 10, yeah, 10 minutes, 13:20. So, thank you. I'm the chair of this selection panel. And on behalf of this team, allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position that I was advertised for member of the IEBC Commission, and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. I will ask my colleagues here to introduce themselves. Then after that, we will proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Ruth.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Madam Ruth, karibu.
Asante.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi. Asante.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ruth.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana. My name is Nicodemus Bore.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Songa Kulundu.
Good afternoon,
And
Madam.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Madam Ruth, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
You're low in spirit or you're okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah, good. Let me welcome you. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth, you have a pen and you have a notebook for you to use, and introduce yourself to us. We'd like to know you. Give us those details of your profile that are significant for the role you have applied for, and for us to know, and mention if you're a member of any professional society or group, and if at all you have received any award or honor in your name. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I am Ruth Khatievi Songa Kulundu. I come from the western part of the country, specifically Kakamega County. Education, I hold a master's degree, master's in business administration, strategic management from the University of Nairobi. I also hold BCom, rather Bachelor of Commerce degree from the same university. I am an associate member of Chartered Insurance Institute of London, ACII, and also the Insurance Institute in Kenya, AIIK. I'm also a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya chapter. And Chair, these professional papers have enabled me to acquire management skills that have helped me grow through the ranks. In addition to that, I have also attended various courses at the Kenya School of Government. 2014, I did senior management course, which is a middle management course that sharpened my skills, management skills in middle management. Also, 2018, I did a strategic leadership development program, which is the equivalent of a PhD at Kenya School of Government. And it also sharpened my various leadership skills that have enabled me to do my work in my current station. Chair, when it comes to my work experience that brings me here, for 17 years, between 1992 and 2009, I was in the private sector, specifically the insurance industry. I proceeded to IEBC. I worked for an insurance broker by the name Kabagi and Umiriki Insurance Brokers. Currently, they are called Pacific Insurance Brokers.
they handle corporate accounts in the country, and I left at a managerial level. Therefore, I acquired a few management skills while there. 2009, I joined IEBC as Regional Elections Coordinator in charge of Nairobi region. That comprised of Nairobi County and Kajiado County. And in this position as Regional Elections Coordinator, I was in charge of all the electoral matters in the region and all the mandate that the Commission has in Article 88, ranging from voter registration, review of the voters' roll, up to regulation of nominations in political parties, voter education, all those. In addition to that, I was in charge of the administration wing of the region, HR, finance, procurement, all those. In 2017, with the new dispensation of commissioners, they decided to devolve the regions or the commission into counties. Therefore, I was transferred to Siaya County, and I played the same role again, just like a regional elections coordinator. And while in Siaya, that's when there was an advertisement for Deputy Commission Secretary. I applied, and I was transferred, or I was promoted to headquarters in March 2022. So currently, I work as a Deputy CEO in charge of operations. And in charge of operations here, I'm in charge of the directorate that handle the core mandate of the Commission. One, the Directorate of Voter Registration and Electoral Operations. Directorate of Voter Education, Partnerships and Communication. And lastly, Director of Boundaries, but which has been combined with other directorates, so it's called Directorate of Research, Electoral Operation, Electoral Boundaries, and Risk Management. So that's where we are chair.
Risk management is not in support services?
It is meant to be in support services, but the commissioners then thought it wise that it be domiciled there.
So currently it's in
the Directorate of
operations?
Yes, in operations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Ruth, seeing that you already work at the IEBC,
yes,
at the Secretariat level,
yes,
what difference will you bring to the Commission on this other side of policy and strategic direction?
Maybe during my introduction, I should have said that I bring to the election, to the plenary of commissioners, institutional memory. While the Regional Elections Coordinator of Nairobi, there were by-elections that were left behind by the former ECK. And I handled various by-elections, including Stare constituency, Makadara constituency, Kamkunji constituency, and various ward-level by-elections in Embakasi and Kasarani. So I bring...
So was this under IEC or under ECK?
Under IEC then. Okay. Under IEC. That was before 2010. Yeah, but after under 2010, we transited to IEBC. So even 2010, again, I handled the referendum. Yeah. 2013, I was transferred to Lower Eastern, Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni was my area. And while there again, I handled the general election very well, but a few by-elections again in Kibwezi West and when Senator Kilonzo died, the senatorial Makueni. So to me, I bring a lot of institutional memory to the plenary of commissioners, assuming I make it. Again, I'm bringing competence as far as leadership is concerned. I'm very good at decision making, very good in communication. I'm very good in negotiating for contracts or whatever it is. Again, when I arrived at headquarters as the DCS in charge of, or Deputy CEO in charge of operations, the first thing I handled was the audit of the register, register of voters, together with the vendor who had been given, KPMG. And the objective of that audit was that we needed to verify the accuracy of the register, which we did. And the anomalies that came out, like those who had died after liaising with the other agencies like the National Registration Bureau and Registrar of Births and Deaths, were able to actually highlight about 4,500 people who are dead in the register. So we're able to clean it. Any other like illegal transfers that had happened, maybe because we transited from Morphos system to Smartmatic, so we're able to actually bring the register to an accurate position. So for me, I bring to the plenary of commissioners a lot of experience and leadership skills. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, what then are your personal attributes that are going to be a positive or a plus for the commission?
Leadership skills here that I have, Madam, decision making. While in Siaya between 2017 and 2022, specifically in the year of 2017, the campaigns were very, very bad. And the head of the county, who is the county commissioner, and is usually the head of security, we communicated and I liaised with her, it was a lady. And to me, I was of the opinion that we stop the campaigns in the county, but she was not of the view. But when it escalated, I informed my bosses at headquarters. And one morning, because they were burning effigies all over town and even in the outskirts, just called the media and told them, look, I think we need to stop the campaigns for some time, which I did. And actually it saved people in the county, because it was almost nearing fighting and killing each other. Thank you. So I make decisions on my feet. Okay. Yeah, and of course thereafter I informed my bosses what had happened. Any other personal attributes? Honesty, just to highlight. Yeah, integrity. I do things above board, and I'm very honest. Don't go deep into it, just a highlight of your personal attributes. Okay, negotiating skills. Yes, thank you. Communication skills, coaching skills. I coach my juniors, the people I work with, very well, so that the next time there is such a work, I can be able to delegate, not necessarily doing it myself. Are you a team player or a team leader? I'm a team player. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam, I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We ask Carol to also ask a question. Please, Carol.
Thank you, Chair. Madam, I would like us to talk about the appointments of the commissioners at IBC, and there have been recommendations that there is need to stagger the recruitment of IBC commissioners. How would this proposal improve the institutional stability of the organization, of the institution, IBC, And what are the risks that may come up across by such a proposal?
Yes, it is advisable that the 7 commissioners are staggered. And this was going to happen had the commissioners who came in 2021 stayed full term. It is advisable to have that so that the commissioners who remain behind, they can now pass over to the incoming commissioners institution memory. And they can also bring them to speed on what they have done in the previous years. So that way then, even if they came in 2 years too, or even 1 year to the election, they'll be able to catch up. But you see most of the time they come at just one, like those who came in 2021, came almost 1 year to there. So the risk is that they may not get to know the processes, the electoral processes in the commission. Yeah. So for me, as IREC report put it, it is important that the commissioners come in at least 2 years to the election period or election year.
All right. So just a follow-up on that, and from an insider's perspective, what would happen if there is the staggering, if it brought in issues on functionarism? You know, there are 2 functions, the older ones versus the new ones, and differing agendas. Would that be a good thing, or how would you propose to sort out such an issue?
Thank you, Madam. I think that's why we have a board charter. We also have committee charters. And then down to the staff secretariat, we have service charter. So for me, if, let's say the old commissioners followed the charter and respected their colleagues, I don't find any problem there. But the way it has happened before, in the 3 regimes I have experienced, the older commissioners feel they're better placed than the new ones. But for me, if we were to go by even Chapter 6 of the Constitution, we just need to handle our offices honorably and with respect. So if there is respect between the commissioners, among the commissioners, that should not happen. And maybe starting with us, given that I'm an insider and I hold my office with high regard, that will not happen during my time.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Koki Muli to ask some questions, please, Koki.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Kulundu, you are one of the, since you are in charge of operations and everything, I will not ask you any question in that area. What I want to ask you something else at a different level. You are one of the longest serving and most experienced person since ECK all the way to current, and you have seen it all, you say, in terms of senior management and commission. There are some key policy issues like how we conduct elections in Kenya. And one of them is beyond what my colleague has just asked you. There is a proposal that one of the ways in which we can perhaps make elections more efficient and more effective is to stagger the elections so that we have maybe the presidential elections alone, and then 2 elections separately, and the 3rd. Is it possible to do that without costing the country colossal sums of money? If you can handle that and just look at cost-saving activities or approaches or mechanisms that we can have in IEBC.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Actually, I was to bring it up later because, thank you. You realize that our election officials get fatigued. And that's how we get irregularities in our elections. Remember 2013, when we were taken back by the Supreme Court. 2017, we were taken back by the Supreme Court again because our officers are usually fatigued. Remember, we start training them 14 days towards the election day. And as we near the election day, 3 days to the election day, they are permanently in our compounds, in our offices. The third day to the election day, they have to go and map the polling stations. And if they're lucky, they go back home. If they find that the station is not good, they have to stay there and make sure it's good. The second day too, the election day, they have to actually go to the returning officer's place, pick the materials. I'm just trying to explain why I need
because
that.
we don't have much time. I would like you to tell us the benefits.
Okay.
And whether it will be reasonably less costly to actually have the staggered elections. First, the benefits or the advantages.
The advantage is that if we stagger, I'm assuming that we are going to stagger in such a way that we start with the county elections. That is governor, senator, senate, countyman, representative, and MCA. One day, I would suggest that 2 weeks thereafter, we now do the national one. That member of National Assembly and president of the country. That way, we'll avoid fatigue of our election officers. 2, we'll even will not need to train the same election officers. So that will be a benefit to us because it will be hardly 1 week, 2 weeks, 2. So we use the same election officers to handle that election, and it will be good, and we'll avoid irregularities and forgetfulness and mixing up results and all that. So to me, it will work out well for this. Yeah.
Can we acquire all the materials at once and then stagger the elections in 2 weeks, or 1 month, 1 month? So that then I'm looking at the cost effectiveness, because one of the questions that people raise when you suggest staggering elections is the cost of staggering elections. So I want you to address yourself to that.
Yes, it can work, madam, in that, remember our warehouses are guarded 24/7 once the election period starts. So if the materials are taken at once, we are assured of security. During election, we have ISAP, Electoral Security Assistance Program, with the National Police. So we are guaranteed of those materials being safe. So I think that can work and even save us cost in that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Kulundu, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite FCPA. Can you to ask some questions, please, FCPA?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Kulundu,
Yes.
you know, we had your colleague here a few days ago, Deputy CEO in charge of support, and your CEO also. And I'm realizing the three of you at the top level of the Secretariat, you have similar qualifications.
Yes.
Is there a uniqueness about this qualification, that the three of you have similar qualifications?
Yeah, actually, the three of us went to the same campus, the University of Nairobi. That's Lower Kabete campus. And in there, we are taught how to lead, how to manage teams. So it maybe the interviewing panel found it fit to get people who are really good in management and leadership to do it. And we happen to have been the three of us. Thank you.
I'm a Vice Chancellor, and you've just marketed another school.
Come again, Chair.
I'm saying you are just marketing another school, and I'm seated here.
All right.
I also associate myself with that. So let's move on. Now, you are an internal person.
Yes.
And Chair, I will indulge her for a while. Yeah, the second schedule of the IEBC Act has provided for the conduct of business and regulation of affairs of the Commission, how the Commission should handle its affairs. I want you to tell us what does the law provide in the conducting of business affairs of the Commission, and what is the practice at IEBC?
The second schedule of the IEBC Act, yes, provides how the Commission should conduct its service. And of course here, Chair, we have 7 commissioners. I'm assuming they are full house, 7 commissioners and the Secretary to the Commission. How they conduct their affairs is this. Allow me to start from the bottom. Is that if there's any policy, because their role is to oversight policy making and give us strategic direction of the Commission. Directors or directorates come up with policies, what needs to be changed, pass over to management, which is headed by now the CEO. And then once the management approves a given policy, it proceeds to the committee level. Let me now talk for myself. Let's assume it is from voter registration and electoral operations document or policy. Then it proceeds to the Committee of Electoral Operations and Boundaries Committee. Once it is approved, then the commissioner in charge of that committee takes that policy now to plenary of commissioners. Then he presents or he calls the technical person, the director could be, or the Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of that directorate to present to the commissioners. And then the commissioners will look through it, listen, and then make a decision and approve it. Let me give an example.
No, that's okay. So who is the chair of that plenary?
The chairman.
Who is the secretary?
The secretary is the CEO.
For the plenary?
For the plenary.
And who is the secretary of the committees?
The directors.
The directors?
Yes.
So what is the role of a deputy CEO in that process?
The role of deputy CEO is to coordinate the directorates. All right? Yeah. Like, for example, the 3 directorates that I had, I'm supposed to cooperate them on behalf of the CEO. So that it is easier now for me to sieve for the CEO, and then CEO now passes it over to the commissioners. Yeah.
At what point does the deputy CEO become the secretary of the plenary?
Not at any point. It is the CEO who may ask one of the deputies to come to the plenary to assist him. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, based on that statement that you've made,
yes,
and I believe you remember the 279th meeting.
Yes, I do.
Plenary meeting.
Yes.
That was held on 26th of August,
yes,
2022.
Yes.
So in that particular meeting, and now you want to be a commissioner.
Yes.
So under what circumstances did you become now the secretary of a plenary?
If you allow me to go back to how it happened, is this. 2 days before that meeting, or before that, I had been asked by the CEO to be going to the plenary to assist him in doing the meeting. Remember, I had just come from the field. And I didn't know how the headquarters was running the business. So he asked me, please be coming to the plenary so that you be assisting me in the process. You get to know how we run the affairs, which I appreciated. Now, after the general election 2022, we were at Supreme Court. And the vice chair did a memo to the chairman requesting for a meeting. When she requested for a meeting, she copied all the commissioners, the 7 commissioners, copied the CEO, and I was also copied because I was the one who used to take minutes. So I even had the book of the minutes. So when she called for the meeting, I assumed everybody was going to attend that meeting. I was in my office. The vice chair called me, come to the meeting. And since I had received that memo, the CEO had received the same, the 7 commissioners had received the same. Me, I went for the meeting. When I went for the meeting, I found the 4 commissioners.
Now, hold on there.
Yes.
So who takes the minutes? Because we are looking at the governance, and here we are looking at the governance of the commission. So you tell us you normally take the minutes, not the secretary to the commission. And that is why I was asking the practice. So who takes the minutes of the commission?
Technically, it's supposed to be the CEO. But the CEO can request one of the staff, not necessarily even the DCS or the deputy CEO.
So when you are taking the minutes, are you the secretary of the commission?
No.
So you are merely taking minutes?
Taking minutes.
And at the end of the day,
Yes.
who will own the minutes for purposes of second schedule? In fact, it says the secretary shall be the secretary at all meetings of the commission. So can you go and take minutes without instructions of the substantive secretary?
What I'm saying here, sir, is that I had been taking minutes from April 2022, and that was September 2022. So I was the one who was taking the minutes on behalf of the CEO. So I didn't find anything wrong. But if you were to look at the minutes, I don't know whether you have a copy there. I didn't sign them. Neither did I put my name. I didn't sign them. Yeah? Because I knew they would go, still the CEO will do it, not myself.
Then why would the CEO say that you usurped his powers if that has been the practice?
I don't know that, because that matter went to the High Court, and the case was determined in my favor. Just to let you also know that my letter of appointment says that I report to the CEO and any other authority above my position. So when the vice chair called me to the meeting, should I have refused?
Now, put yourself now as a commissioner.
Yes.
And you are in that environment. You are in charge of Secretariat. There is a chairman of the commission. There is a secretary. How would you want your officers to report to you as a commissioner at IEBC in terms of governance and in terms of protocol, authority? How would you do it differently, or what practice would you want to have?
I would want to have the Secretariat report to me as a commissioner through the CEO. That is the governance.
And in that particular case?
I did it because the vice chair called me. Vice chair is above my authority, so I had to respect him.
But in terms of protocol now, you've told us you would want to come through the CEO, isn't it?
Yes.
So in that case, did you inform your CEO that I have been invited by or requested by the vice chair to chair this meeting?
That same day, sir, is the day we were burying the returning officer of Embakasi East. So I didn't know that the CEO had already left the office. I didn't know. So for me, I did what I was supposed to do by the vice chair, and I left for the burial in Mwala, only to get there and find the CEO. Okay? There. So for me, again, I didn't know when I was called by the vice chair that I'll not find the other 3 commissioners. Neither did I know that the CEO will not be there. So when I found myself with the 4 commissioners, should I have run away? Should I have taken off? I just told you that I handle my office with honor. So I did what I was requested to by my bosses, and I left.
So what would you recommend in terms of having looked at what transpired that time, the experience that you went through? How would you propose?
I would recommend that the CEO should do the minutes, or whoever at any one point should do them himself or herself, because it has left a very bad taste in my mouth, and it was not nice.
And the work of the commissioners, how would the commissioners handle? What would you propose for?
I propose that they also now deal with the CEO and not anybody below the CEO, unless with direct permission from the CEO. Because I did what I had to do professionally, how I know. I had the book, and that 279 was the next minute to be done. So for me, and this matter was discussed at the High Court level, and it was determined in my favor because the 4 commissioners said they are the ones who called me. I'm not the one who called for the meeting. They are the ones who called for the meeting.
Yeah, actually, I'm aware of the judgment.
Yes.
And the main reason why it is a procedure that was followed,
Yes.
Where they say that it is a commission which should have dealt with you, not the CEO, in terms of interdiction, and that was the main reason why the case was discussed in your favor. But I want
there
to
are many reasons, sir, which maybe I don't know whether they want us to discuss here.
No.
Yeah, it was a decision of the chairman and not the plenary to interdict me. So for him to have interdicted me, he needed 4 commissioners to support him.
Quorum, yes.
Yes,
that was
he did it himself. It was a personal issue and not plenary issue.
Thank you, Chair. I wish you well, Ruth.
Thank you.
Asante.
Just so that you know that you are here.
Yes.
For interview.
Yes. Not interrogation.
Yes. So relax. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Koki, please continue. Oh, it's Msati.
Madam Ruth.
Yes.
Now, this is, I'm sorry that this thing has left a bad taste in your mouth, but we have to get on as a country.
Yes, we have to move on.
As a country, we have to move on. Now, this started because of the group dynamics.
Exactly.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Now, if you are given an opportunity, and in the group dynamics, you have yourself mentioned that the whole one, naturally, when the new ones come, there's that formation and other things. If you are given an opportunity and you are an IEBC commissioner,
yes,
how would you ensure, or rather protect, your fellow commissioners from your fellow secretariat who might feel that these are newcomers, we know everything, we have been here for 15 years, now what is it that they are now bringing? So that we avoid the same things that happened. So as we are moving, we are now, as I mentioned earlier to you, is that this is an interactive session. It's not an interrogation or whatever. So please tell us, what will you do? Because we now need to move as a country to another level.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Misati. I'm hoping that I'll be considered and I'll be among the 7. And should I be among the 7, I'll advise my fellow commissioners to act like commissioners, to respect ourselves, respect our offices, and not to cross over as commissioners and start behaving as though we are Secretariat. Because that's what has happened before. You find a commissioner actually working and dealing as though he's a part of Secretariat. At the same time, I would encourage the CEO to be on the side of the Secretariat. He is supposed to manage and lead the Secretariat and protect them, and not to be on the side of commissioners. Again, what has brought issues here is you find the CEO is on the side of commissioners. Yeah? Like in my case, sorry to go back to it, the CEO should have handled it as the head of Secretariat and not to handle it as part of commissioners. So for me, as a commissioner, I will ensure that roles are clearly spelled out in the board charter and any other charter the commission will be having, so that everybody knows the boundary, where to go to as a commissioner, and everybody in the Secretariat knows that they deal with the CEO. So there is clear demarcation of roles.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on that response, suppose you're not successful, what would be your advice?
Chair, I would advise the commissioners who are coming in to do the same. To respect the officers, their roles, and act as commissioners. They are policymakers, they are strategic thinkers, they are to do oversight, and not to come down and act as though they are Secretariat. You find actually it's like you are competing roles with commissioners as Secretariat. So each person just to guard their offices.
Is it a problem of law, or it's a problem of personalities?
I think it's a problem of personalities, because the law is there. It's very clear. The IEBC Act is very clear what our commissioner should be doing, isn't it? And our HR manual also spells out what is our role as Secretariat, isn't it?
When they are in the committees, how should they handle the matters? Because they also come to the committees.
They should handle the matters, commissioners, because they are there to chair. Yeah, even if you are a commissioner is a member, because usually there is a member also, a member commissioner of a given committee, just to help each other. Assume that you are the chair. Then let the technical person fill you in what the document or the policy is all about, or what the suggestions are all about. Then you make a decision as the chair of that committee. But you don't go back and start doing the work of the technical person.
Do you think that, don't you think that the problem is that the commissioners bear the public blame and image and face, and so to that extent, they feel obliged that they need things to be done right, so that then they can bear the blame correctly.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Chair. But let me give an example. Even the elections we handle in the field. Let me give an example of even Staggering constituency, yeah, where the rubber meets the road. The election has been done very well, very well. So where does the commissioner come in? It has been done very well. So the technical person has handled it. So why should the commissioner come in? It only comes in when personalities arise, when interests come in. I'm interested in this matter, so I want to deal it with myself as a commissioner, okay? But if you have to deal with...
Don't you think that staff also may be interested in the matter?
Very rarely.
Okay.
Very rarely.
Okay.
Because most of our staff, as Krikla said, we are professional staff at the commission.
Commissioners also come as professionals. Like you, I mean, you become a commissioner and you're a professional. So you don't throw away your tag as a professional.
Yeah, I'll have the advantage of working as a commissioner and a professional in the commission.
Okay. Fatuma Saman, please.
I like the attitude. Madam Ruth.
Yes.
Thank you for the good work you've been doing over the years.
Yes.
And I pray you're successful.
Thank you.
Does the IEBC have a stakeholder engagement strategy as we speak?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes.
Now, in this strategy, how have you entrenched the principles of stakeholder engagement like transparency, accountability, inclusion, and participation? These four major principles.
Thank you, Madam. We have an inclusion policy in the Commission, in our Directorate of Voter Education. And we do it in such a way that Article 100, where we have representation of the SIGs, is done very well. We have an inclusion policy on women. We have an inclusion policy on the people with disabilities. We have an inclusion policy with the youth. What we are still struggling to come up with is for the marginalized and minorities. So we have those policies in place, and whenever we have an activity and we have the funds to go to the ground, we are able, like now before we start voter registration, we go to the ground and include all of them. Of course, we put also the state actors, in the meetings, and also non-state actors. We invite them, but we realize that women and rather PWDs preferred being handled alone. So we include them in the main meeting, let's say even at the national level or at the county level, but still we call them aside in their own meetings. Even the youth, they prefer being also tackled alone. So we also invite them separately after we have already included them in the main meeting and come up with strategies on how we can now do the voter registration or the voter education, or if we are going to the elections, how we are going to go, or how we are going to support the women in the elections. We have that. Thank you. Yes, for transparency, Madam, we deal with our matters above the table. Like, for example, when it comes to what can I give as an example? Even the results. We do the results at the polling stations. Open policy. The agents are there. Everybody's there. So the transparency is there in what we are doing. Yeah, right at the polling station. So that even if the presiding officer rejected a given vote, the agent will be able to look at it and say no. And then they try to come to a conclusion and say what it is. So we are really transparent in our
and it's scattered in the policy.
Yes.
You have a policy on transparency,
yes.
Openness.
It involves, like now when you're talking of inclusion of women, actually it's actually included in the policy. Yes.
Okay. Is there a particular vote in the budget meant for stakeholder engagement?
Yes, we have.
What's the
under voter education? You know, voter education is just a block, but if you are to put it down...
It is under voter education?
It's under voter education. And so, actually, it's one of the items that have over 4 billion for the coming 2027
So the stakeholder engagement
yes.
is based on voter education only?
Voter education are the ones who involve, who bring together our stakeholders. So we use their vote to engage stakeholders.
Even on other strategic matters?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we use them. So unless maybe you're talking of procurement, where now we want to involve the stakeholder engagement, still we'll involve voter education together with the procurement directorate to carry out the voter education, yeah, to our given stakeholders.
Okay, and do you have the principle of timelines when it comes to the electoral cycle? It's usually based on a timeline.
Yes.
And does the stakeholder engagement equivalently have a timeline? Is there a particular calendar that at this level, at the planning level, at the evaluation level, at the review level, before elections, during elections, and after elections, is there specifically...
Actually, we involve them.
Yeah.
In all the activities of the electoral cycle, starting with the legal reforms. Yeah, let's assume we've done 2020 or 2022 election, a general election. So when we are doing legal reforms, we involve them. Yeah, like when we came up with IEBC reforms, IEBC Act reforms, I think political parties were involved. We called CSOs. And they put in their input. They gave us their input. We call us the judiciary. They give us their input. Again, if you go down now, go to voter registration, we actually do voter education for every activity, even the limitation of boundaries. We are hoping that we'll be given some time, yeah, or the advisory from Supreme Court will allow us to actually carry out the boundary delimitation. And if they do, we have already laid down the background. We'll go to them. We'll go to the stakeholders and present what we have. Yeah. Once they agree, we come back and now do a draft. Still, even after the draft, we go back to them again. We agree with them. Is this what we agreed? Then we come back and now and do the final report. So we involve our stakeholders at every stage, even when it comes to nominations, again, during the campaign period. We call them and tell them and communicate. Yeah, this is what we expect of you during the nominations. Then during the campaigns, then during the election day, then after the election day, this is what we expect. So we involve them at even including the post-evaluation. Yeah, we call all the stakeholders to now, we discuss with them and see how did we do, what did we do right, what did we do wrong. And when we produce the report, we publish and publicize it the same for them to go through it.
And as a decision maker, I'm sure you've been able to listen to what was going on during these interviews and before.
Yes.
What reform or maybe what plans do you have now to do on the same stakeholder engagement? Is there anything you'll bring in new now if you are considered as a commissioner? Are there areas of reform? Are there areas you've identified gaps and you have creative solutions around?
Yes, I would say maybe not really inventing the wheel, but just improving on what we have. Because we have done so much in voter education, only that we don't have the funds. We don't have the funds to do what we are supposed to do. People don't know our story out there because we don't have the funds. For me, as a commissioner, I would want, if I'm on board, we do it differently. We can source for funds even from our development partners. And I'm a very resourceful person when it comes to that. So that we can go out there in the media and tell our story at every activity we are undertaking. Yeah. In the commission, we have what you call AVU, Annual Voter Education Week, which we are supposed to do every year. But we are unable to do it because the funds are not there. So maybe as a commissioner, I'll reactivate it again so that in every county, every constituency, in 1 week, in a given year, we go out there and tell our story and tell them what we are doing and what we can improve on it. So, and then again, I would also try to engage the media because the media can make or break you. Yeah. So for me, I would really engage the media so that they can also go out there and tell our story. Because actually most Kenyans don't know most of what we do as a commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Mr. Bore to ask some questions. Bore, please.
Thank you, Chairman, Madam Ruth. I also want to congratulate you for the level at which you have reached as a Deputy CEO.
Thank you.
And I've seen you are a tough nut to crack. Now, what is the trust levels of IEBC according to the public opinion at the moment? What do you think is the percentage trust level?
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
I'd give it 4%, 4, 5, which is not good. It's below average.
I think you marked too highly. You're at 26%. And the other day, your team presented a budget.
Yes, sir.
To Parliament.
Yes.
Of about 61 or 62 billion shillings. And most of the people in the public were asking, why is all this amount of money going? Given a chance to serve in the commission, are there places in the budget of the in the vote heads that you think can be cut down to reduce the budget?
Yes, I do. Quite a number of them. One, when it comes to electoral operations, I would suggest as a commissioner that we pilot and do ballot papers internally as a country. You realize that the ballot papers we have handled up to 2022, they have more than 8 security features. And I don't think even our legal tender money has that kind of securities. Why? Because of the trust levels are very low. So I would want to buy in, as a citizen of Kenya and my fellow citizens, to give us the goodwill and give us a chance so that we can pilot with one of the positions. It could be MCA, it could be women rep, so that we see if this thing can be done locally. And Chair, if you were to do that and probably do for all the 6 positions later, maybe 2032, would drastically bring down the budget. As it is now, the ballot papers will be about 5 billion, and that is removing 5 billion from the economy and taking it to another economy. Remember me, I'm a trained money person. So for me, I would rather maintain this money within the economy and create employment for my fellow citizens, rather than because of the trust levels, take this money and take it out. So I'll do that. Secondly, on what has also been ailing us as a commission is the bills for external lawyers. Together with other commissioners, I would recommend or I would suggest that we look at the cost-benefit analysis of either having in-house lawyers, increase the number so that they handle our matters, vis-a-vis having external lawyers. But for me, I would really go for in-house lawyers. Right now we have less than 20, I may say, but assuming we got about 60, they would really handle our matters and handle them effectively, and only go for an external lawyer where maybe we want an external input, yeah, which would drastically bring down our bill. Because as it is right now, in the 61.7 billion, I think it's about 4 billion that is we have budgeted for legal. So that will bring it down. And again, when it comes to technology, I don't know whether you know this, but we have Kenyans who are actually helping other EMBs, electoral management bodies, out there, Nigeria, Zambia, Congo. Kenyans who are actually coming up with the technology that is running the EMBs in those countries. So for me, I would go for a local solution and have our ICT gurus give us that technology here, would bring down that bill drastically. And yeah, and then also if we were to actually operationalize the IEBC fund and have money at every activity so that we don't get the money on 2026 and the elections are in 2027, it would also bring it down. Because now when we do it at the end, tail end, everybody knows we are desperate. So the prices shoot. And somebody tells you, I'm not bringing my vehicle until you pay me or until you double the amount. To me, that's what I do among other.
So with that in mind, how much will it reduce tentatively, or approximately how much will it reduce the bill to?
If you were to go the internal, local way,
yes,
would come to about 40 billion max. And remember, even the 40 billion will be creating employment within the country. Yeah. Will not be taking it out to other economies.
Thank you very much, and all the best, Ruth.
Thank you.
Okay, I invite our professor to ask some questions. Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Ruth Hatevi Songa.
Yes.
Values and Principles of Public Service, Article 232(1) at C says, the values and principles of public service include responsive, prompt, effective, impartial, and equitable provision of services.
Yes.
Do you have it?
I do, Prof.
How so?
Come again?
I asked how so. How would we know that you have it?
Okay, fine. Responsible. I am a responsible citizen of this country. And the reason why I developed a passion for electoral matters was 2007, effect of the general election 2007. And I thought what had happened ignited a spirit in me to want to make a difference to this country. And because of that, I tend to be very responsible in any matters I deal with. I'm very impartial when it comes to determining a matter. And when it comes to equitable, which is not sameness, but rather being fair. Again, when I'm dealing with the public, when I'm dealing even with the staff I work with, I ensure that whatever decisions I make are fair to them, are not really unfair, not discriminative. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Are you responsive and prompt?
Yes, I meet my deadlines. I do.
When we changed your date to appear,
Yes.
are you responsive?
Yes, I was, and that's why I'm here, Prof. I was to come in at 3:50 p.m.
And you are asked to?
To come in at 2:30.
Thank you. Would you say, based
Yes.
on the questions that have been raised before,
Yes.
that other than the boardroom rapture at the commission, there was also a secretariat rapture?
That is 2020.
Two. In relation to the case that you are asked about.
I wouldn't say so, Chair. I don't know what you mean by that, Prof.
What I mean is
Yes.
that by your own words and by the questions that were put to you,
Yes.
and by your own talk,
Yes.
you said that the CEO sided with the commission and that he should have stayed with the secretariat that he heads.
Maybe that is what I implied. And what maybe made me to say that is that my case on what happened in 2022, like for example, when we went to, we usually move to Bomas 2 weeks to the election day, and I got a letter from the chairman completely removing me from electoral operations and say that I'm going to be in charge of protocol and dignitaries.
Yet you are deputy
I felt
CEO
cited.
Operations.
Yes. I felt the CEO had not defended his staff. That's why I refer to that. Because for me, I don't know whether I felt belittled. In the whole matter, I was not happy. Because, first of all, I was not even given the terms of reference of what I was supposed to do in that protocol and dignitaries docket.
So throughout your tenure, you are in operations.
Yes.
But when it matters most,
Yes.
you are in protocol.
I never even held a Form 34A while in Bomas. My work was to bring in ambassadors, UN dignitaries, make them comfortable, give them a cup of tea, and go and call the chairman to speak to them. I felt belittled.
That duty, according to the governance protocols,
Yes.
that duty, they say that it was right to give you that duty. Let me not go that it was wrong. We should have assigned you that duty that day, according to the governance protocols.
It is the CEO who should have assigned me. Actually, the letter was signed by the chairman.
And not the CEO.
And not the CEO.
And the CEO did not raise any issue.
He did not raise an alarm. He was not concerned about it, but I raised it to the commissioner, who had been put also in charge of protocol and dignitaries. I told him I'm not happy about this, but because my letter of appointment says you'll do electoral operations and any other duty assigned by you to you, So that clause made me to...
Including protocol.
Including protocol and giving dignitaries tea, a cup of tea. So I did it and did it very well, Prof. And surprisingly, when I visited Ethiopia on a different mission, I met a dignitary whom I had served tea at Bomas of Kenya. And she held me with very, very high regard. And she told me, I respected you for that. And yeah, she gave me accolades.
Because we don't have enough time. In the earlier, on that particular case, on the question of whether governance protocols allow you to be a secretary of a commission meeting.
Yes.
You are on record saying that from April, the CEO, on his own motion, had been asking you to take minutes on his behalf.
Yes, he did.
You are also on record that whenever you took those minutes, you never signed them.
I didn't.
Because you are not the CEO.
I'm not the CEO.
And because the CEO had asked you, you had no otherwise but to take the minutes.
I didn't take it badly, Prof. By the way, I took it positively. I've been doing minutes since I left campus, and it has given me an impetus to other positions. For me, I took it positively, and I was doing the work very well until the election happened in August 9th.
Article 248. No, Article 250 at 12, talking about all Chapter 15 commissions, including IEBC, says there shall be a secretary to each commission who shall be A, appointed by the commission, and B, be the chief executive officer of the commission.
Yes, sir.
Plain reading. The CEO is the secretary to the commission.
Yes, sir.
Is not the secretary to the chairman of the commission. Plain reading. So when you go on record and say that the chairman, God rest his soul, was indicting you for taking minutes of the commission from where you sit at the time you took the minutes, as per the governance and quorum protocols, was the commission properly constituted?
I would say so.
Is there any time that either you or the CEO has taken minutes with the vice chair chairing?
No. Yes, there's a time I was actually taking the minutes, and chairman was called into another meeting. So he left the vice chair to chair the meeting. But it is still me, it was I who was still taking the minutes for that plenary.
So when you took minutes after you were summoned and you didn't know who was there, and the vice chair was there, and 4 commissioners were present, you at no point felt that you were insubordinating the CEO?
No, Chair, because I felt the vice chair requested me to take the minutes, and there were 4 out of 7. Really, for me, I felt they were quorum.
And 250.12 says secretary to the commission. And the commission is the commissioners, as quoted.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Lastly, you are indicted. The court vindicated you.
Yes, it did.
How is the working relationship with the CEO?
The person who mentored me when I was young, at that Kabagi and Murigi insurance brokers, taught me various things. I usually separate myself from work. So relationship does not affect my work. I've been dealing with the CEO very well. I would say that our relationship is good as far as work is concerned. So for me, when it comes to personalities, I don't really, doesn't matter for me, because having been in private sector, it is what you are doing, your work, that puts food on your table. So for me, as far as work relationship is concerned, it's good with my boss.
If you are to be a commissioner,
it will continue.
You wouldn't say, no, I'm the commissioner.
No.
You are the CEO.
No. I wouldn't.
Lastly, for our benefit, what's the distinction between the leadership role of IEBC commissioners and the management role of the Secretariat, and how should this shape internal working relationships?
The distinction is that commissioners are policymakers of the commission. They are the ones who provide strategic direction for the commission, and they do the oversight. And the Secretariat are the technical people who now implement what the commissioners decide. So for me, commissioners are the policymakers, and Secretariat are the implementers of the policy. So that distinction is very clear, and work should go on smoothly at any one point.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Prof, do you have
sure.
two last questions?
I'm sure, because of your long working in IEBC, I wouldn't be wrong to call you an election expert.
Say so.
Who must really have the history of elections in this country.
I do.
IPPG 1997. What were the total number of commissioners and why?
There were 22. And there had to be that many because I think each political party presented a representative to represent them at the commission level.
Okay. Which two African countries experienced the 1994 genocide?
Rwanda and Congo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Ruth. We are grateful for your time and for the interaction we have had. Extremely educative for us, and we are grateful to you. Thank you for accepting to come earlier than you had been scheduled. We want to allow you, if you have any comment to make finally or a question, then we will release you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and also for considering my other colleagues, because before I think we have not been considered, and we felt that we are professionals, we have the experience, 15 years, now I'm doing my 16th year, we should be considered. So thank you very much, and we look forward, I look forward that you give me a chance to serve this country in a different capacity, that I can showcase my leadership skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. The notebook is yours. The water is also yours, if you like. And there's a gentleman who has your certificates at the door. Blessings to you. Asante. Okay. Media tumemaliza. Tunashukuru. It's Easter time. We want to wish you a wonderful Easter weekend. Those of you who go to church, find some time to worship. And keep safe so that we can see you on Tuesday at 8:30. Thank you very much.